Thank you. Good evening and welcome everyone to tonight's study session of the Boulder City Council. I am Council Member Nicole Spear. Thank you all so much for joining us tonight. Just as a reminder, Mayor Brockett and Council Members Yates and Wallach will be absent tonight. So we've got a little bit of a smaller group, but we do have a packed agenda. Tonight we have on the agenda 3 items. Our first item will cover the Hill Revitalization Working Group update. Then we will hear the Reimagine Policing update. And our last item will be information on the Excel Energy Streetlight acquisition and LED conversion. We will start this meeting with tonight's announcements. If we could get those slides up, please. Thank you. And just as a reminder for everyone regarding COVID-19 vaccinations and testing, for information and provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, go to boco.org/COVID testing. And we do have a Boulder site that's doing testing at the Stasio ball fields. That's 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for vaccine information and provider locations, you can go to boco.org/COVID vaccine. Thank you. And as another reminder, during the entire month of August, RTD is going to be offering zero fares across its system as part of the Zero Fare for Better Air initiative. This collaborative statewide initiative is made possible by Colorado Senate Bill 22180 in partnership with the Colorado Energy Office. And it's designed to reduce ground level ozone by increasing use of public transit. So please make sure to use that during the month of August so that you can save money on gas and parking, avoid the frustration of driving in traffic, help us improve air quality, and use your commute to catch up on work, listen to music, or read a book. For more information, you can visit the RTD site at www.rtd-denver.com/zero-fare. Thank you. Before we get into our work items tonight, I just want to outline how the meeting will be conducted. First, we will review staff's presentation for each of the items, and then we'll have time for questions following each item. At the end of the presentation, we'll conduct our council discussion with staff. If you have questions, please wait for staff to complete their presentation. I'm now going to turn it over to our wonderful city manager, Nuria Rivera-Vandermeide, to introduce our first item.
Thank you so much, Nicole. And I am so excited to join you today, a bit in a different role, because now I'm going to take a little bit off the manager's hat and join you as part of this phenomenal team. We've got a great group of cross-departmental staff assembled here, but you'll notice too that we've got some folks from our great partnership in CU, and I see Megan there joining us from Barha, who has also been a phenomenal partner with us as we tackle some of the issues. So I'm going to shift it for a minute and ask Brenda to step in and give us a little background on the work as we embarked today.
Great, and Emily, if you want to launch the slideshow, we will start there. And moving straight on to the next slide. Thank you, everyone. My name is Brenda Rittenauer. I am also with you in a different capacity than usual today in my actual role as the Neighborhood Engagement and Services Manager. And part of that role has been serving as staff liaison for the past several years with the group that you'll hear recommendations from today. You all know the history of the Hill Revitalization Working Group, but those of you who may not, and for some of our community members who may not, I'll just go over it really briefly. The group was convened in 2015 as the Hill Reinvestment Working Group with 2 committees, a commercial and business focused committee and a neighborhood focused committee. And about in 2018, maybe early 2019, as commercial concerns were named and identified, that work shifted to the already existing Hill Commercial Area Management Commission, which sometimes we call UCAMC. And so the neighborhood committee elected to continue having this collaborative relationship and these conversations as the Hill Revitalization Working Group. And we broadened our outreach. That's when I stepped in and started as liaison. We broadened our outreach to really include many of the city departments that you see listed on this slide who were not regularly part of that table, as well as deepening our relationships with the partners that you see here. So just to go over it very briefly for those who may not be able to see the slide, at the City of Boulder, we have City Council liaisons, Rachel Friend and Mark Wallach. We have my office, the Boulder Police Department Planning and Development Services, particularly their Code Compliance Office, the City Attorney's Office, Municipal Court, and Innovation and Technology. At CU, we are really pleased to work with local government and community relations, with student affairs, student conduct, and the restorative justice group there. We have wonderful student leaders who work with us from student government. We have off-campus housing and neighborhood relations over at CU, as well as fraternity and sorority life, and the CU Police Department. As Nuria mentioned, Megan is here from the Boulder Area Rental Housing Authority, who are really invaluable partners in this conversation as we try to also understand the property manager and property owner perspective in everything we do. We also have the University Hill Neighborhood Association, around whom our work really is centered. And Amanda Nagel has recently joined us from Unlocking Government, which I'll speak more about in just a moment. So our investment in time, attention, and resources has grown exponentially from each of the folks that you see listed here. As a result of the City Council's Nod of 5, in March 2021, we were able to hire Amanda Nagel of Unlocking Government to provide some more proactive facilitation, wrap a little more time than I was able to offer the group, and really create some momentum. She also is serving as project manager for our internal work group that's working on these issues. Some of you may remember Amanda as my predecessor in the role of neighborhood liaison. And as a result, her knowledge of Boulder is deep, and her relationship building skills have served this project from the day that she joined us. So we are in good hands with her, and we are thrilled to have her on board. With her support now, we are working on strengthening our relationships with Interfraternal Council on the Hill and the other national Greek organizations that are separate from the university structure. The thing that I always return to when I talk about this group is the level of trust and collaboration that the stakeholders at this table have been able to develop with each other. As you can see from this list, there are a lot of viewpoints here, and there are viewpoints that might not traditionally be able to easily align. And I'm not going to say we always easily align, but we always hold each other in the utmost respect. We always look for the positive in the work each other are doing, and we always are honest with each other about the gaps that we see and the needs we're each experiencing from our perspectives. And as a result, we've been able to move a lot forward in the time that we've been gathering in this way. So the next slide, please. Really, the work of the group has been to identify systemic gaps in each organization and across the organizations. True partnerships have developed from these sometimes difficult conversations, and particularly communication over the years has improved in some really amazing ways. This diagram that Amanda made for us really shows a lot of the specific ways that each of the groups are working together, with, of course, a special shout out of what exists at the center of this diagram, which is the University Hill Neighborhood Association. Their work touches everything you see on this page, and we are grateful for their perspective at every step of the way. I just want to call out a couple highlights because I know this type is tiny. So just in case you can't see it there, I just want to share that the communication gaps between city departments and between city departments and CU has grown, as well as between the municipal court and Barha. They're really able to information share in a way that gets us to results faster when actions need to happen. Also, Barha is working closely with CU to create a landlord toolkit of information that can be distributed directly to tenants from their property managers as they move in. And CUPD and Boulder PD have invested in their partnership to increase how they work hand in hand, not just on the Hill, but wherever it's needed to keep our community safe, which I know we've seen many times over the past couple of years. So I just wanted to be able to help introduce this group tonight before we start to talk about what they've identified and the gaps they've surfaced and the solutions that they recommend. So now I will turn it back to Nuria, who will shepherd the rest of the presentation for us. Thank you, Nuria.
Thanks so much, Brenda. And if we can go to the next slide. One of the things that we found and sort of we really wanted to highlight here was that we wanted to pin a lot of the work that we were doing on the Hill and ground it in data, right? We really wanted to think about data-informed strategies as we move forward. And it was clear that we needed to do some more work to more precisely define the problem. And I will tell you, and you will get to meet Tony, and in addition to Tony, there are other folks, but we have a crazily talented data analyst team. And they built on some initial pilots and did some work of combining a variety of multiple data sets that we have in the city, not all of which really combine, not all of which communicate each other. So they really took to the job of starting to embark on putting together a data set that hopefully at the end of this journey that we're all on will actually better able to tell us what is going on. We already have some insights and we're going to share that with you today. There are some gaps if we think about some of that work. We're matching properties with landlords and property managers to make sure that we can actually define where we need to do more interventions, because I'll also say that as we talk about this work, and I'll try to say it several times, Megan, and keep me honest, is that the vast majority of our landlords and our property managers are doing phenomenal work. They are committed. They are really wanting to provide quality housing to our tenants. But there are some for whom we really need to think about how do we increase avenues for success, and how do we hold them accountable as we continue to do the work. And the data is really going to help us do some of that. Next slide, please. We got some caveats on the data too, and I want us to make sure that as we're diving deeper that we've learned a little bit about that we'll have, I think, as we continue to work on the data, that we've got some caveat as we move forward. We have 911 calls often come in, but we may not be able to match those to particular unit numbers. And so that's something that we're going to be continuing to think about as we move on that. How do we address across the city parcels and sort of match those are sometimes inconsistent. And that is, again, work that we're going to continue to do. And as somebody who's done this work again in other cities, I'll say that matching rental license and capturing who's the owner, who can we hold accountable in those cases where we do want to add accountability can be difficult, where people have LLCs as property management companies, or maybe inconsistencies in those names. So just some caveats on the data, but know that we will continue to work on those as we move through this process. So with that, we can go to the next slide, and I'll ask Tony to introduce himself and get us started on what some of those findings have been.
Awesome. Thanks, Nuria. So yeah, I'm Tony Spencer. I'm the data analyst working on the project. And currently we are mid-analysis, so some of this is kind of draft material still, but we wanted to check in and kind of show you some of the insights we're exploring so far. So let's dive into the data. Currently, we're looking at a 2-year period of record. We're looking at June of 20 through May of 2022. And that data set contains about 21,000 total incidents. And the first thing we kind of asked ourselves was, what do chronic nuisance incidents look like citywide for Boulder? So the pilot had zoomed in on the Hill area specifically, and now we're kind of zooming out a little bit to make sure we have a sense about what that looks like citywide. And so we first kind of broke that down into the different types and categories of nuisance incidents that we saw. And the first thing that we kind of noticed here is that the top 3 types of nuisance incidents actually made up for about 50% of the overall volume, and noise was really the dominant one. And you can see that in the figure pretty clearly here. And then property maintenance and animal complaints were also in that top 3. Let's jump to that next slide. And so then the next question we kind of asked ourselves was, well, how are those issues spread out geographically and by subcommunity? And the heat map over on the right here, it pretty clearly shows a hotspot that we're seeing in the University Hill area. And then if we look at that incident volume broken out by the different sub-communities, we basically see that the University Hill, while containing only about 5% of the landmass of all the sub-communities in the city, it contained about a third of the total incidents. So it's kind of a disproportionate amount of incident volume that we're seeing based on the landmass. And then just to note too, we are seeing a couple other hotspots popping up as well. There's some stuff going on in central Boulder and some stuff going on in South Boulder as well. So in the analysis, we're going to be looking citywide, but we'll zoom in a little bit on the Hill for this presentation. So let's go to the next slide. So one last citywide question that we wanted to ask ourselves too was, is the problem few or is it many? Is this something where everybody kind of experiences this type of thing and has these nuisance incidents, or is it a couple high volume properties that are really the driver of a lot of problems? And so we kind of zoomed in on the top 100 properties citywide. And the reason behind that was kind of this ended up being kind of the dividing line where you'd start seeing properties start to have nuisance incidents occurring on a monthly basis or more frequently. So they're kind of, the repeat offender type of thing. And at these top 100 also, some of the properties had enough incident volume that they had incidents occurring on a nearly daily basis. So when we looked at how those top 100 were spread out by sub-community also, again, how are they spaced out geographically? University Hill pops up once again. Again, they had about a third of these total properties. And then one of the biggest takeaways on this top 100 too is that while that top 100 properties represents only about 2% of addresses that had incidents associated with them, they had about a quarter of the overall incident volume. So again, thinking about that proportionality about what is kind of the normal in Boulder, that feels like a little bit of out of balance. Let's jump to the next slide. So then kind of building off of looking at the geographic areas and that hotspot in the Hill, we're zooming in on the Hill here now. So in this, we're kind of asking ourselves, does chronic nuisance in the Hill look the same as it does in the rest of the city? And this graph kind of shows you a comparison with the rest of the city on the left and the Hill on the right. And the thing you kind of want to zoom in on this one is kind of the shape of these two graphs. So if the shape of these are about the same, that would mean that the incidents are occurring in the same kind of proportional manner between the two. And the thing that kind of stood out to us is that there's some pretty dramatic differences in the shape here. So you still have noise driving the top issue in the Hill. But one thing that we'll note here is that these are the raw incident volumes, and basically the Hill has about 44% of the noise issues citywide. So again, think back, it's about 5% of that landmass, but they're having nearly half of the noise issues. And then going to their number two, that's property maintenance issues. They actually have more property maintenance issues that are getting reported in the Hill than there are getting reported citywide. So that's kind of striking to us. And then the last thing I'll note here too is that the order kind of switches a little bit for the Hill, and parking ends up being the number 3 issue in the Hill. And with that, we can jump to the next slide. So then another thing we kind of asked ourselves is, when are these issues occurring? When are people feeling compelled to call issues in? So what you're seeing here is a heat map that's showing us the fraction of the incidents that are occurring in the Hill, and then the fraction of the incidents that are occurring in the rest of the city by day of week, and then by the hour of the day. And what we kind of see here is that in the rest of the city, you've got, a little bit of a hot spot going on your weekend evenings. You've got, a little bit blurry or a hot spot in the midday, midweek kind of thing. But then when we come over to the Hill, we see these much more pronounced hot spots. You'll see definitely more things going on, more proportion of incidents occurring on the weekend evenings in the Hill. We're seeing that evening hotspot extend into some days throughout the week as well. And then we're seeing, some more splotchy stuff going on midday, midweek. Let's jump to the next slide. So with this slide, we're again focused in on the hill, but now we're looking specifically at noise. So that last one was all of the nuisance incidents. This is just your noise incidents. And a couple things that we notice here, and one more thing to note here as well is that we bracketed the current noise ordinance hours here in both of these. And you can see that captures a lot of the noise complaints, right? But in the rest of the city, during again, you're kind of seeing a primary cluster on the weekend evenings and some of the weekends or some of the evenings throughout the week. But then on the hill, you've again got much more pronounced hotspot going on the weekend evenings. That's extending much further into the weekday evenings. And then one other thing that's kind of interesting that we were seeing here is that you're seeing that kind of orangey red extend down into Saturday during the daytime and even a little bit on Friday as well. And that's just not really present as much in the rest of the city. Let's jump to the next slide. So in this, we ask ourselves once again, so in that top 100 for the citywide, we said, is this a problem that's few or many? And now we're asking that same question, but just for the hill. And, we kind of, on the right here, you're kind of seeing the fraction of addresses on the hill and then the fraction of incidents that are associated with them. And, kind of by the origin there where you're 0, 0, and it kind of jumps up really steeply. Those are going to be the properties that have lots of incidents associated with them. And then it kind of curves out. And the kind of inflection point that we zoomed in on here was around 20%. That's highlighted by the kind of reddish color on there. And basically what we notice here is that 20% of the properties on the hill are basically associated with 61% of the total incidents on the hill. And this speaks again to the differences between these two groups and kind of having a disproportionate level of incidents associated with them. And then if we think back to that top 100 as well, that dividing line was once you have a property that starts having about, one incident per month or more. For the hill specifically, you end up having about 3% of those addresses that are on the hill that are having an incident once or more, and they're having 19% of those total incidents. So they're kind of really in that steepest part of that curve there. And again, they're having incidents at a rate that are just disproportionate to the rest of the places on the hill. And with that gives us a little glimpse into where we're at. But I'm going to hand it back to Nuria now, and she's going to tell you a little bit more about where we're headed next. And we can probably flip the slide too.
Thanks so much, Tony. And I know that good work will continue. We've got more to add to that, but I hope that you see that what we're really trying to zero in is how to focus the strategies that we have in mind, and how to really think about what are those interventions that will lend to the greatest good for all of us in the community as we're looking at it, and really focusing on perhaps that 80-20 principle that Maris talks about in other areas, those landlords and property managers that perhaps need more assistance and more support and more education, and where that's not working, perhaps other interventions as we move forward to make sure that we're getting compliance. And before we dive more into what the city has been doing, this would be a really great point to invite our partners at CU who've also been working on this, particularly on what issues they see and how that relates to the student body. And so I'll ask Lori Call, the CU's Assistant Vice Chancellor for Local Government and Community Relations, to introduce herself and get that portion started.
Thanks so much, Nuria, and good evening, members of City Council and staff. We're so glad to be here this evening. I'm here with my colleague, Devin Kramer, who's serving as the Dean of Students, and we're going to talk a little bit about CU and our approach as well. Tony, thanks so much for this really informative data. It's going to be incredibly helpful as we think about how we can more surgically approach our outreach and engagement with students, especially as it relates to the Hill. We have been very active in the Hill Revitalization Working Group for years now, and both Devin and I are participants. And you know, I just want to lean into the comments that have been said about our gratitude for the partnership with the city. I think it's incredibly strong. I think the trust has been high. I think we're seeing solutions and opportunities. And, you know, we are just so grateful, you know, from every end, whether it's off-campus housing, the CUPD and BPD work very, very closely together. And we have had really thoughtful student engagement as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Devin, and he can talk a little bit about some of the things that we've done. And then certainly using the information that Tony shared this evening, how that might inform next steps as well. Devin?
Thank you, Lori, and thanks everyone for letting me be here and talk about our partnerships tonight. I put several things on this slide that kind of show the approach that we've taken to try and address some of the behavioral issues on the Hill. I want to highlight just a few of those. First and foremost, one process that we've really focused on is updating how we hold students accountable. And with that, I mean, we've really pushed to a more balanced approach of both education and accountability. So when it comes to these nuisance behaviors, there are a lot of factors that weigh into how our student conduct and conflict resolution team will adjudicate those cases. But we've really looked at the effectiveness of students and their standing in the institution and whether they lose that standing within the institution for certain violations, and balancing that with our education and our restorative justice practices. One of the things that I'm very proud to report is that when we look at our recidivism rates over the past 3 years, it's been 0%, 2.5%, and then 0%. And in that year that was 2.5%, it was 3 students. So when Boulder Police is able to make a contact with that student, file a report with our office, we see a huge amount of change within that student's behavior. We have also really focused on education. We do a lot of different educational campaigns, and we can target those through various social channels. And we got better at that during the pandemic and continue to focus on a very broad educational campaign. I was really excited to see the data that was presented today, because one of the things we've been pondering is how do we identify those specific nuisance properties? And I think that what we see and what I've observed is there are certain houses on the Hill that get passed down year to year from friend groups that continue to create problems. And the data that was presented today makes it promising that we'll be able to better identify some of those properties and make really effective, to Lori's point, surgical interventions on those properties that are the most effective. So seeing that, I really look forward to that partnership moving forward, and as a key next step for the institution to really partner with Boulder, the city of Boulder. I also think, you know, our students struggle with how social media and hosting an event then leads to unwanted guests turning up. So that's going to be a large focus for us moving forward. And lastly, I want to say that our focus with the unaffiliated IFC on the Hill, I've made it a goal of mine to build a positive relationship with that group of folks. And while they are unaffiliated, that relationship will help me in the future create some behavior change. So I really have appreciated the partnership from BPD and CUPD to push this forward, and look forward to what we can continue to do in the future.
And I'll just briefly add that another dimension that may come up a little bit later is the deeper integration with both data, you know, kind of across the board, including the police departments. And so I think that will really allow us to get more information, you know, in as close to real time as possible, so that we can have faster follow-up and more delivery.
Thanks so much, Lori. And I think you've seen this as we go to the next slide. you've seen this, this theme about data, certainly, and want to just quickly go over some of our sort of next step projects and a little timeline. We want to make sure that we don't want to rush the conversation, but we want to make sure, because we know you have a rich, full meeting today, that we get to questions or thoughts that you may have. But we put on our list some short-term projects, and you see the data project that we've been talking about and how critical that will be as we move forward. We will be bringing you the noise ordinance coming next week for first reading. And really, as you saw from that hotspot map, what we hope that noise ordinance will allow us to do is intervene earlier. And I think that we're hoping to see and that make a difference as we move forward. And I'm sure you'll have more questions on the noise ordinance during that presentation when it comes to you. Lori just alluded to the CUPD and BPD partnership in data. And how do we continue to, in real time, share some of the information that we're getting, from calls to traffic accidents to other citation data. And we now have a shared business intelligence analyst position that was created and recently hired, that's within the city's IT department, with costs split between the two entities, the city and CU. And we thank CU for that partnership. We know that there are safety concerns related to the built environment, and that has been identified by both residents and city staff. That data is being compiled already. An initial walk took place in late May. And there's another one that's going to be scheduled. It's tentatively slated for, I believe it's August 31st. And council certainly is welcome to join that walk as well. And we'll make sure to define that time and send you invites as we move forward on that. We are looking, and city staff, and I think the entire working group, are invested in ensuring landlords and property managers are truly set up for success and are instrumental in achieving those right outcomes for their renters and the entire University Hill community. We have partnered with Barha, and again, I just can't speak highly enough of Barha as a partner in this, to research some best practices in landlord education programs. That first meeting, planning session, has taken place. There's a second one being planned, and I know Barha is quick at work and trying to create a curriculum by the end of this year that will be made accessible to all landlords in early 2023. And I know that Megan is available if you have more questions on that front as we end the presentation. We know education is a major component of success to this work, and so we want to make sure that people know who to call when you have concerns. Materials such as brochures and posters are being created to simplify that process on how you can get assistance and how to get the help that you need. We're hoping to have those finished so that neighborhood events hosted by CU this fall can provide an opportunity for that distribution. So we're excited as that moves forward as well. We know too, right, that there is a burden of complaint-based systems on residents, and we are looking for ways to couple that with more proactive enforcement. And to that end, I'll say that we've got BPD and CU is joining to sort of do a more proactive enforcement pilot. The team has split the University Hill into 3 quadrants, 2 at the south and 1 at the north end of the neighborhood. And their plan is to proactively rotate through every property in the neighborhood each quarter, looking for trash, overhanging trees, shrubs, and other sort of nuisance related activities. So we're hopeful that as we see this new visibility and we continue to see the work that the 2 organizations are doing in this more proactive space, that we'll learn more and perhaps continue to think about future ways in which we can allow residents to report violations. Many cities, and I've come from some of them, deploy a 311 type app that allow for this, where critical incidents go straight to 911 dispatch, but others are reported and then tracked. And in some cases, some of those reporting cases are later used when looking at how many properties are actually using services more often than not. And that could end up in either additional fees or additional work or a property improvement plan. So that's future work that we want to talk to the Hill Working Group about and continue to noodle on as we get better data. And then finally, we're continuing to look and maybe work with CU as a partner to explore the interest and the capacity to create sort of neighborhood cleanup initiatives. At the least, we're thinking about providing incentives to landlords who want to make improvements to their own property. I'll share that in one of my previous cities, we created something called the All Together Now program, where before we did planned sweeps every fall and spring, we partnered with local businesses to provide discounts for cleanup materials. And we were able to reduce citation during those periods of notification by 41% and help some local businesses along the way. So I don't know if that's the exact program as we think about here, but there are initiatives that we want to think about that really incentivize how do we come together as a community and make sure that our neighborhoods are looking the best that they can be. Next slide. We have, as you'll see in the memo, we had talked about some medium-term projects. And again, I'll talk a little bit about, or I'll glance over the timeline as we move forward. Some of these, as we continue to build capacity in our departments, we're also sort of identifying some possible ordinance changes that could be part of a more comprehensive strategy that will help us collectively meet our code compliance goals. One of those that perhaps will coming, and as we get these, and if we're able to bring those sooner, then we certainly will. And one of those is perhaps looking on some successes that the city has seen in other areas. In 2013, the bear ordinance that requires property owners to have and use bear-resistant trash containers was really super successful. No warnings were given if the violations were found. Enforcement staff were able to notify owners that a civil penalty was being assessed, and looking to think about, are there ways, particularly with weeds and trash, then we can do something similar, that we can use the civil penalty route to streamline enforcement, to quicken enforcement, and see if we can get better responses that way. We're also looking at chronic nuisance abatement and evaluating whether there can be changes to that. Nuisance abatement is generally a civil legal process that ensures individual conduct on private property or the physical condition of that property is not a nuisance to others. Where that continues to happen, and the data is showing us that we continue to have recurring code violations or nuisances on particular parcels of land, what other tools can we use to really quickly address that? I'd hate to think of areas like revocation of licenses, though certainly that is a tool at the extreme. We hope that is a tool of last resort, but there perhaps are other ways in which we can escalate from warnings to more active strategies to make sure that we are helping folks get into compliance before we really have to think about revocation. I come from a city where we tiered properties, and we thought, and really it's a way to prioritize properties. Others do it differently, and we really want to work with Barha and our entire Hill Revitalization Working Group to think about what actually fits Boulder, but certainly we have to think about additional administrative ways to take on those that are having recurring code violations as we move forward. An idea that perhaps has occurred is amending the code to add compliance with the entire code as a requirement for a rental license. So to make sure that we are not just saying, well, you have to comply with the property maintenance code, but rather we want to make sure that you are compliant with everything that the city is asking you to do. Other ideas include currently reducing rental license terms. The regular rental license term is 4 years. If a recurring property has code violations that are more regular, we currently have the ability to sort of keep those properties on a shorter leash and require annual renewal so that we can make sure that they're actually doing what they're needing to do to make sure that property is not a nuisance and is safe. Next slide. And while we've categorized this as longer term, I'll say that this is work that really continues to be ongoing. So right now in the city, we've got BPD and PNDS have differing roles when it comes to insurance compliance with the various city codes. There are generally two main models nationally when it comes to nuisance abatement, though of course there are variants within those. Most of Boulder's enforcement of nuisance or quality of life regulations currently land on BPD's code enforcement team. And that's just a team of 3 that handles mostly trash accumulation, party trash, bear trash ordinance violation, weeds or noxious and overgrowth, snow and ice removal on sidewalks, outdoor furniture ordinance, and tree overgrowth on public sidewalks. Separate from this team, we have officers who also handle noise and loud party complaints and open container and alcohol-related offenses, among the other things that they may be called through 911 to do. And then we've got code compliance in PNDS that really focuses on critical building and zoning code violations, as well as rental license violations. So we're looking to see what does that look like. Both of those need to have a space, and we want to make sure that we are aligning that work within the different departments. So how those currently operate requires some deeper analysis. And frankly, we were hoping to wait till our new PNDS director was on board. So Brad has been tagged now that he has joined us, and he and Maris, as well as our partners in the city attorney's office, are really looking at who is addressing what and who is best able to address particular nuisances when they're occurring. Some occur late at night, some can be dealt with in the early times. And so we're going to be hoping to get their recommendations as we look forward on the types of skill sets and need for what I would believe is additional resources in the future to think about as we do that. We know already, though, that we've got a lot of work going on in PNDS as we move forward and as we're thinking about that alignment between the two departments. And so this year we're adding an additional resource in the budget under PNDS to really think about and help the two departments move through some of that alignment work as we go forward. We're hoping that as we look at that, and again, we're really focusing on those properties that really require this more focused effort, that by using that and the data, we'll figure out really how to come up with additional recommendations to augment our current complaint-based system to provide more proactive systemic approach. And that data will really help us think about in the future, sort of how do we really get to faster actions to really have an enhanced quality of life compliance work. And we will certainly be coming to council for a more precise request and or a budget adjustment in the future as that work takes hold. Next slide. And I'm getting to the end, I promise. Just quick slides on what some of the timeline looks like. You know that some of these things are coming to you in the near future. We have the noise ordinance coming. We've got some walk, we've got some nuisance reporting. And so we'll continue to talk about some of that work as we move forward. Following slide. The next slide, please, Emily. Thank you. And some of our medium and long-term projects where we think that we'll be coming back to council. We mentioned sort of thinking about that weeds and trash and whether or not we can model the bear can ordinance after that. We'd like to bring that forward if council is amenable to that soon in November, December timeframe. We're looking and thinking about those rental license enhancements, and are there things now that we can do as we continue to pinpoint those properties that need that scalpel-like look? Are there areas that we can really look at that? And so as we see those and see those intervention opportunities, we hope to come to council with that. And the same thing I would say of the chronic nuisance abatement. So stay tuned for more on that, but we're really waiting on some of that data to give us better analysis. And I'll say that as somebody who has been through legal challenges on the topic, the data really will help us as we move forward to make sure that we're not bringing cookie cutter solutions to Boulder and making sure that we're tailoring it to what we need, but also in the event that we need to take more serious regulatory action, that we will prevail if we have challenges in that direction. Next slide. And then finally, as we say, we've got some continued enhancements that perhaps will come to council by way of update versus need to approve or tweak an ordinance as they are more operational in nature. But we want to make sure that we're thinking about what that looks like. And some of that includes those building out continued education programs, really looking at the regulatory framework when it comes to over-occupancy. And I'll say that is a study session that will come to council later this year. That is in response to a council priority item. We're going to continue to see what does it mean to enhance sort of the built environment with lighting and work with our transportation and mobility staff on that. And then thinking about how do we better inform both community of what's happening and notify landlords, because they cannot fix and address what they do not know. And we want to make sure that we're providing them with the tools that they need to address some of the problems that may be happening on their properties. And then next slide. I want to say that I know that we're ending this presentation portion with what we're doing in the Hill, but I'm going to ask Steve to come forward because we cannot have a conversation about the Hill without talking a little bit about what happened recently on July 4th and some of the calls and some of the work that BPD was doing there. And so we want to acknowledge that as part of this presentation as well. So Steve Ramirez, if you want to hop on and introduce yourselves. These last two slides are yours.
All right. Good evening, Council and Mayor Pro Tem. Steve Redford, Deputy Police Chief here at Boulder PD. And I'm not going to take a lot of time, but we have had a lot of questions about the events of specifically the evening of 4th of July. And we've had quite a few conversations with community members that had some concerns over all of the goings on that night. And so I think if we go to the next slide, I'll start there. So this is a highlight or potentially low light, if you will, on some of the incidents that occurred from about 11 a.m. until 2 in the morning, so July 4th into July 5th. 3 of the calls you'll see are highlighted in red. I'll get into those in just a minute, but I want to stress a couple things. For us, 4th of July was on a Monday this year, so Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, where we anticipated we might have more issues, it was actually fairly non-eventful throughout the city. Monday, 4th of July rolled around, and we began to see more issues. So I'll point out a couple things. We had sufficient staffing for both day shift, evening shift, and our overnight shift. We were fully staffed and even had overtime officers out assigned to handle fireworks calls. From 11 a.m. till 2 a.m., we had 223 calls for service into our dispatch center, specifically just for police service. And that's a wide range of calls that came in during that time frame. So around 5 o'clock, things started to really pick up in the city. We had a weapons call where a gun was reported. It took about 6 officers to investigate that. And then the main incident concern in the middle there is a burglary. And what happened was on the Hill, we had a party with an estimated 150 or so people. We learned that some folks had come to the party from outside of Boulder and some disturbances started. We had, unfortunately, people starting some bushes on fire, some reports of people jumping on cars and things like that. So that required around 5 officers initially. We did write a couple tickets on that and arrested 1 person. While that was going on, we got reports in that same block that some people had broken into a home. So we then investigated that burglary call as well, which took some resources. Shortly thereafter, within about an hour and a half, our officers were alerted to a call also on the Hill of a weapons offense where a male was seen running around with an assault rifle. Obviously, that was of great concern. And at that point, we mobilized our SWAT team to come in and assist, not only with manpower, but because at that point, that's about as critical of an incident that we could have had of reports of someone in a highly populated area with a long gun. So that took a significant amount of resources there as well. The night continued, and there were a couple other incidents. It started at North Boulder Park with a fire. 8 officers responded there because some things were set on fire, unknown cause, but damage was done to some restrooms. We went back to the park about an hour later on multiple reports of fireworks that were going on. And there were about 200 people in the park, mostly younger people. Our officers were able to identify a juvenile that was setting off fireworks. And when they went to write that juvenile a ticket, they were quickly surrounded by that crowd of estimated to be about 200 people. So they had to quickly get that juvenile out of that area and to make kind of a tactical retreat at that point because many of the other officers were tied up on the weapons offense up on the Hill. So luckily around 2 in the morning, we had a couple other things go on, but it quieted down. So it was an extremely busy night. Many of us were called in from home to assist on this night. And really, it points to the skilled officers that there was not any major damage. Thankfully, no one was seriously hurt or injured. And I do have to give a shout out to our partners at CU as well. We did call out for mutual aid from other agencies to help with these things, but we're told that most other agencies, including the Sheriff's Office, were too busy with their own incidents to come give us a hand. So our officers did a phenomenal job that night. And while we understand some of the frustrations, we just wanted to give some context of what we were dealing with that night. So, City Manager, that's kind of the overview of 4th of July.
Thanks so much, Steve. And if we can take the presentation down, we'll thank you, because I know we have gone way too long, and I apologize, Nicole, that we had so much information and we wanted to present you an update, but know that we are here for questions either now or if anybody wanted to reach out to us. This work is ongoing, as you can see, and we are happy to continue to take your thoughts as we come forward. And we're also committed to not letting perfection be the enemy of good. And as we have things for council to act on, we will certainly be bringing those forward.
Well, thank you so much, Nuria, and thank you to all the staff and CU folks who presented this. I think, this was very much meant to be an informational presentation. So, I think you hit us with a lot of information that's good and, gives us an update of where we are at. I think, since we're already kind of at the time that we had set aside for this, I would still like to give us a few minutes just for comments and questions. But I do want to just remind everyone that this is really meant to be more of an update on where we're at. So I think the degree to which we can focus on clarifying questions as well as comments for the working group and staff to consider as they bring some of these initiatives back to us in the coming months. I think that'll help us kind of stay on track and still have some time for some of the other issues tonight where we are, intending to give some feedback. So I think, the question to consider is, what questions do you have at this stage, and what overarching issues are there that you'd like the working group, staff, and or CU to consider to bring back to us with more information as some of these initiatives advance? So we will have an opportunity to talk more about them as they come through. So let's try to focus on what information we can give to folks that will help advance our conversations in the coming months. So with that long preamble, who's got questions? Rachel. And then Matt.
Thanks for the presentation. I'll try and go quickly. First for Nuria, when you say that things are going to be coming to council in like Q4 of 2022 and then April, May of 2023, do you mean for us to vote on ordinances?
I do. Those are the things that we're hoping that and for some of those, we do need to tweak the ordinance, that we will come to you for that approval.
Okay, but that come to us means ordinances that we will be voting on, not updates or study sessions. Okay, great. I did want to say I am part of this working group, and I imagine that this presentation has been a little bit both frustrating and validating for people that come to those sessions. Stats like 5% of the city mass and 50% of the noise complaints and 20% of properties leading to 60% of the incidents. That is precisely in line with what we've been hearing for years. And I'm hoping that we can move fairly expeditiously and on the timeline that you are talking about, Nuria. So I appreciate that. I don't know if I saw an update on fireworks. Do we have information on what we might be doing? Because I know that's a large complaint, and I'm personally getting to the point of like, fireworks seems like, almost attempted arson in 2022 in Boulder. So what are we doing to tamp down there?
I'll perhaps ask Amanda or Brenda to share, because we do have a smaller group that's been formed to talk about that specifically.
Go, Amanda.
Hi, sure. I'm happy to. We do have a fireworks subcommittee from the Hill Revitalization Working Group. Most recently, last month, we met with Carl Castillo to identify if there's anything additional that we can do from a state perspective, if there are loopholes there. It does seem that one of the loopholes that has been identified as a fear by the community, that was that a person with an out-of-state driver's license could in fact legally have fireworks in the community. We have explored that. Carl has talked with the state, and it does seem like there was legislation recently passed to fill that loophole, so that in order to buy fireworks with an out-of-state license, you do have to have proof of an export plan, which would mean that you're buying in order to transport somewhere else where fireworks are legal. So we have identified that that's not the loophole that some thought it might be, causing fireworks to get into the community. It looks like maybe a best path for that group is to work at the regional level and reach out to the county and other cities in the region. Because the idea is, even if Boulder were to be able to do more, and Boulder already has a pretty strong firework ban in place in comparison to other cities in the region, then it would just move and they would still come right back into the community. So it is that regional approach that's being looked at now by the group and being explored. A complete ban on fireworks was mentioned by that group. It sounds like to me currently anything that goes off the ground is already illegal in Boulder. But it could be that, things like sparklers and the smaller things that are still sold locally and brought in could be potentially banned in the future. So suffice it to say, there is exploration going on by that group. I don't believe we'll have much activity probably until the next meeting in September by that subcommittee, while Carl continues to explore the region stuff behind the scenes.
And Amanda, I believe the fire chief or somebody from the fire department has joined as well.
Absolutely. Dave Lowry's joined the group and is doing more work with them to explore what we can do additionally for education. CU is a fantastic partner educating. They did door hangers on every house on the hill leading up to the end of school and the 4th of July. It doesn't necessarily appear that this is something that education alone is going to fix. It seems, and the police, I think, would agree and have told us numerous times that the issue is not that people don't know that they shouldn't be doing it. Rather, they do it in spite of knowing that they shouldn't be doing it. So we really are looking probably more at needing to respond outside of education. I'll just, hopefully it's okay to speak on behalf of CU. They have done some changes in their student conduct, and they are looking at fireworks very differently and trying to evaluate with student conduct what can be done. There is a no plea situation set up in the municipal court. So this is a topic that's being taken very seriously at the level that current ordinances and prohibitions allow.
Thanks for that, Amanda, and would just sort of underpin the, one of your later points that enforcement probably needs to be part of this, and I don't, I'm not sure sparklers need to be banned when we're not, getting at the large fire setting things. And then just
Rachel, can I colloquy on your fireworks comment?
Colloquy away.
One piece that I think would be important to consider is also working with our upcoming county sheriff in discussing about changing or modifying or looking at the criteria in which our county sheriff can institute fire bans, and having maybe perhaps a little bit more discretion, understanding that we have heightened ignition sources around 4th of July, and then that discretionary ability might then give a little bit more opportunity to limit either the sale or the use of them through the sort of communications that come through issuing fire bans in that capacity. So I appreciate looking into that as well.
That's a great idea. And I understand that Devin may have something to add on the fireworks issue.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Wanted to kind of build off of what Amanda said. We take fireworks reports when we get a firework report from BPD incredibly serious. Rachel, to your point, or sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Friend, to your point, particularly when there's a fire ban in place, there's a very, very high level of risk of damage to property and others. And so we've significantly adjusted our stance on that.
Thanks so much. And Rachel's absolutely fine. And my last question, although I appreciated it, for the noise ordinance that I had asked to delay the second reading and vote on until students got back, are we gearing up for second reading on September 1st?
We are gearing up for that, and I hope that we can finalize that at next Monday CAC as we do that, but we are excited to move that forward.
Same, thanks. That's all I have.
All right, Matt, you're up next.
Thanks, Nicole. Well, Rachel definitely nailed the fireworks comment that I was going to go on, but I'm glad she brought it up, which was a good discussion to have. My question centers maybe towards Nuria on, with regards to, I know that obviously, as you mentioned, rental license revocation is the last resort, but sometimes or oftentimes the mere threat that it's on the table is really perhaps beneficial to generating the sufficient desired change that we want. And so I'm wondering, is the data system and all the back end work and foundation in place that that at least can be communicated, not that you're going to necessarily, but that, hey, starting by, I just want to know that as we start this term of the semester, students come back, that the landlords, knowing that their, rental properties are full, know that in the back of their head, this could be sort of looming behind them. Will that be sort of there for them or not? Or is there some delay before that's really going to be something on the table?
Well, we want to, and I appreciate the question. We want to make sure that we communicate it right? Like we don't want to create an environment where our landlords are thinking that we have this threat over them all the time, because again, we've got so many great landlords here in the city who are doing tremendous things. But we want to be honest about what tools we have, and particularly for those that are not perhaps sort of performing in the way that we would like to. That threat, if you will, that reality, I would call it more, is already there today. And what we're looking to do is add some more administrative teeth to see if we can intervene earlier, faster, and have an escalating approach to making sure that people are complying. And we want to message that. We want to do that with our partners. We want to make sure that we're clear on the direction that we want to go to. So as soon as that data continues to see itself forward and we know what that looks like and we can create better messaging, we will send that out. But we want to make sure that we're thoughtful about it, because and my experience in other cities is what we don't want to do is vilify property managers and landlords. They're great people doing tremendous work and really housing so many of our tenants. And I myself am a rental tenant in the city. And thinking about what does that look like. But to your point, how can we just be clear about what are expectations and what could be the consequences of not performing? And I think we'll be thoughtful about that language. And we really want to work with BARHA. We want to work with CU. We really want to make sure that we don't have unintended consequences. But that is something that we want to put on the table and be clear about.
I appreciate that. And my final question is for Officer Redfern. Pardon me. The timeline that you put out was really helpful to sort of understand the transgression of events on the 4th. And on some of those, you mentioned that there was certainly looked like to be a criminal offense and a suspect arrested. I was curious if there's what I didn't see, and maybe it was there and I missed it, was with regards to the long gun situation that was there on the Hill. Was there any sort of arrest or identification of a suspect with regards to that particular incident? Because I, from what I recall, there were not just a long gun reported, but at least a number of expended rounds. And given our community's sensitivity to that, I just didn't know, has there been any further update on that particular instance?
Yes, sir. Great question. So we did not apprehend the person that was reported to be running around with the gun. We had a couple instances of shots fired on the evening of the 4th. And then the next day, we actually found some shell casings from a rifle. And so our detectives working through some forensic angles on this currently have some leads that I'm not able to share at the moment, but these cases are all assigned to detectives who are actively working them. And we're currently running down some leads that appear that likely tie into some other events based on ballistics. So yes, great question. And I'm hoping we'll have some news to follow up on in the very near future that we've made some progress on identifying the individuals.
Appreciate it. Thank you for that update. That's all for me, Nicole. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Then we've got Tara and then Lauren, and then I will call on myself briefly.
Just a few things. First of all, this was a fantastic presentation. I'm looking forward to it all coming to pass. And my first question has to do with the noise ordinance. So we have this noise ordinance now, not that it's doing much. And so my question is, because there's still a lot of noise, right? Obviously from July 4th. So whereas I appreciate and I'm so happy that we're getting that second noise ordinance or making our noise ordinance longer, do we feel like it's going to make a big enough difference in noise, or do we need to give our noise ordinances more teeth, so to speak? That's my first question.
Why don't I start with that first and see if others want to weigh in? But I'll say this, that what we've seen about the noise ordinances, you saw from the data, that perhaps by the time we're catching it, the party's already going, like it's full steam ahead, right? So if we can get to that a little earlier, then perhaps we can sort of diffuse that party situation before it becomes much more of the nuisance that it is right then and there. And then I'll also say that the noise ordinance, and again, you'll have much more conversations about this because I don't want to pretend to live in CAO's world right now. But the noise ordinance will allow some interventions by police without the need for, because what we hear sometimes is that you need the complainant, there's a process to setting a complaint. This will be a little bit more objective, will allow police to observe that from a further distance and will allow for earlier interventions, and we will track it. We hope that it will help. I don't believe that any single intervention that we've talked about today is the sole solution, but rather it's the comprehensive package of both education and support and enforcement and accountability that I think is going to make a difference going forward. So we will track it, and we're hopeful that it will provide good outcomes as we're doing some of the other work as well.
And my next question has to do with the landlords, and I think that this is great that we are attacking this problem in this way. So I don't know if Barha wants to answer, but as I read the packet, it said that there is going to be an educational program that is voluntary. Now I want to be positive, not a negative person, but I'm wondering what would make the 20% of the small amount of landlords that are not cooperating want to do anything voluntary. Why couldn't it be mandatory?
Megan, do you want to start? And you know me, I can always jump in, but I want to give you that opportunity.
I'd be happy to. My understanding is that that's just sort of the initial phase, is to get is to start with it voluntary. I agree, Tara, that your problem guys aren't going to be coming, or women, excuse me, aren't going to be running to education, right? That's part of the issue. I think as we move through this process, we've talked about a lot of different opportunities. One could be incentive-based. One of the things from the landlord perspective that we are very excited about this project is this idea of data and us being able to get data. Certainly if our tenants are throwing parties and the police stop by, they're not letting us know. So this concept of being able to get calls for service in a short amount of time would be really valuable. And so one of the things we've kicked around this idea is maybe you get this data if you go to this training. You'll have like a login for you specifically. And I know certainly our members really like that concept, because then we know more what's happening. We can address those things, because understandably, there's not always tickets given. It's not that easy to do, as I've learned through this process working with our partners. So that's kind of the concept now. It's certainly evolving.
I appreciate that, Megan, and I'll add too, we have seen other cities, for example, that if you go to a course like this and if you do it, perhaps your rental fee can be reduced slightly. So it's another incentive to perhaps have that be an avenue. And then depending as we continue to see the data, it could be that we decide to develop something much like for those problem properties that you may have to have a property improvement plan. And part of that may be that you have to attend this course, right? So who knows what will come down the pike, but I love all that Barha's been doing right now to make sure that we're starting with education.
And then lastly, I wanted to say that I was at the May 22nd neighborhood walk, and it was fantastic. I think what I liked the best about it, so many things, was that Boulder's a small enough town where we can meet people who work for the city, who are involved in leadership. And it makes such a difference to put a face to a name and to walk around and discuss what's on your mind. There were not a huge amount of people there, so I'm hoping that for the next one, and that includes community members, not that many community members showed up. So I'm hoping for the next one that many more community members and perhaps council members, if they're available, can show up, because it was a great experience all the way around.
Thank you. All right, Lauren, you're up next.
Thank you, Nicole. And thank you all for the collaboration and just the amount of work that's gone into this. I think that, I'm really excited to see some of this moving forward. Particularly, I'm kind of intrigued by this tiered idea with rental licenses and or license lengths. I think that, kind of like your point system on your driver's license, keep messing up, that has impact. So I think but also paired with having really readily available information so that landlords are more aware of what is happening and if they have an issue that they need to address. So thank you all so much for all of this. I really look forward to seeing it move forward.
Right. And I just have a couple of quick questions. They are not to be answered now, just things that I would really appreciate folks bringing back as we see these initiatives in the coming months. The first is just around what metrics we're going to be tracking in terms of outcomes. What is success going to look like? So if you could, as you're bringing these back to us, paint a picture of what Hill residents and businesses and the city as a whole can really expect to see with these initiatives if they're working as intended, and sort of how we'll be tracking that as we move forward. The second is just a question around whether we're going to be able to track any kind of demographic information with some of this, just to make sure that some of these policies, especially those around enforcement, are not inadvertently increasing any racial disparities that we see in our community. So there's another question to think about as we move forward. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to see you, Lori and Devin, for being here. Thank you, Megan, for joining us as well. And thank you, staff, for a really informative presentation. Nuria, I will hand it back to you to move us into our next section.
Terrific. And I promise not to speak hardly that much on this one. But we are now going to be moving into sort of an update on reimagining public safety efforts and the master plan. I'll say, as many of you know, in council, Chief Harold was hired in April of 2020, in large part really because of her commitment to police reform and data-driven strategies. Shortly after her hire, I think we all know this, right? The nation stood by watching the horrific events in Minneapolis that triggered rightful and for many renewed outcries for local, state, and national police reform. On June 8th, 2020, Chief Harold presented to Council BPD's Police Reform Action Plan, focusing on strategies to ensure ethical, effective, and equitable policing. And that plan was adopted by Council, and the hard work of really implementation began. And since that time, BPD has completed a tremendous amount of work to align the department's policies with best practices and evidence-based strategies. And I believe that this effort with reimagining policing with the continued input from council and from our community will only further this initial commitment and continue to align the department's work with our community values. So with that, I will send it over to Chief Harold to begin her presentation.
Thank you so much, Nuria, and it's good to be here tonight. Good evening, Council. My name is Maris Harold. I'm the Police Chief of Boulder. I just want to start this presentation out thanking the Police Master Plan Subcommittee members who have worked so hard on this master plan, starting with Mayor Pro Tem Friend, Councilmember Weiner, community members Marina LaGrave, Mallory Cates, Assistant City Manager Pam Davis, Equity Manager Amy Kane, and City Council Administrator Taylor Ryman, and the one and only Project Manager Wendy Schwartz, who I could not have done all of this work without her great work with me. I just want to say, to start this off, that shortly after I arrived in Boulder, our country witnessed the murder of George Floyd. Most recently, we've witnessed the inaction of the Uvalde Public Safety Departments to stop an active shooter from killing school children. These incidents remind us of the significant and structural issues that still exist in 21st century policing in America. Both incidents clearly demonstrate pressing issues, including lack of accountability, inadequate training, lack of transparency, and our inability to attract and retain officers committed to preventing harm and valuing the sanctity of all human life. Never in my 30-year career have I witnessed such an opportunity to make meaningful and thoughtful change in policing. While I've experienced tremendous change in policing throughout my career, most improving this profession, some changes have resulted in unintended consequences. These consequences have disproportionately impacted persons of color and other disenfranchised communities. Current conversations around policing may prevent us from correcting these injustices as long as there are those who minimize the need for police reform and others who fail to acknowledge the critical role of policing in a free and democratic society. Many police chiefs across the country are right now concerned about their police officers, how their police officers might respond to critical and everyday incidents. I can tell you, after being here for 2.5 years and working alongside the police officers in this department, I have no such concerns. I'm not saying that police officers will never make mistakes, but we have built an infrastructure far more robust than most agencies across the country for remediation, transparency, and accountability. The purpose of this master plan is to seize this current opportunity to reimagine policing. The failures witnessed in Minneapolis and Texas will be addressed in the master plan. But this master plan will do much more than that. We will serve the community and be recognized as the premier police agency in our country. And with that, I am going to turn it over to the project manager, Wendy Schwartz.
Thank you, Chief. And Emily, can we get the slides up? Okay, great. Hold on just a second. I'm having a little bit of a challenge here that I've got to sort out. Okay, great. So greetings, Council. Wendy Schwartz. I'm the Human Services Policy Manager in our city's Department of Housing and Human Services. And tonight I'm coming to you as the project manager for the Police Department Master Plan. So we'll start out just with this quick slide on the agenda so that everybody knows what we're going to cover tonight. First, we'll start with the questions for council, which of course were also in the council memo, but that way you can be thinking about them for when we circle back at the end. We'll go over a little bit of background on master planning for the folks who are less familiar with that. Talk about the environment that affects our police department and the planning for our police department. We'll talk about the reimagined policing process. How have we gotten where we are today? Then we'll go over the draft values and focus areas that have been developed for the draft reimagined policing plan. Then the chief is going to take us through the 13 strategies that are draft strategies that have been developed to address those values and focus areas. The chief of staff for the police department, Joe Milik, is going to go over the funding needs. Then we'll talk about next steps, including how the community is going to be able to give input on the draft now that it's out. And then we'll finish off by circling back with those questions for council. So next slide, please. Our questions for council tonight are, first, does council have any input on the draft reimagined policing plan? And second, does council have any questions about engagement window 4 or the next steps in the reimagined policing project? Next slide, please. A little background for people that might be less familiar with master planning. Master plans are not unique to the police department or even to the city of Boulder. Most departments have them. And the purpose is to really plan for the delivery, funding of services, the facilities, programs and policies that that department is going to focus on and offer in the future. Of course, we want all of our master plans here in the city to be consistent with other key plans. And while we're talking about important plans here in the city, I'll just make note that one very important plan, of course, is our racial equity plan. And so you'll notice that as we're going through these slides, we're going to be highlighting where some of these steps align with the racial equity instrument that we've been working with for this plan. And so in this case, as we're looking at the goals and the outcomes of the planning process, then that really aligns with racial equity instrument step 1, establishing the outcome. Master plan lengths do vary. For most departments, it's a range of 5 to 10 years. And the police department master plan was last updated in 2013. And most master planning processes here in the city last about 2 years, and we're on track with that timeline for this project. Next slide, please. So this slide just highlights some of the factors that we noted in the draft plan about an environment that really impacts the way our police department does its work and the way that we plan for its work. So the first one is workload and staffing analysis, and that's really where are officers spending their time. And so there's been an external analysis done by a consultant on this, and the chief can talk more about this later. But essentially, there's some changes in the trends in terms of less overall incidents responded to, but those incidents are very complex and therefore often take more than one officer, often take a longer time. So the workload is going up even at times when calls go down. Also crime trends, and the chief has talked a lot in updates to council about this. Certainly we've had increases locally that also mirror some state and federal trends. And then lastly, the really important conversation that Nuria and the chief both referenced about national and local discussions on police reform. Next slide, please. This is just an overview of our departmental, our cross-departmental team that's been working on this project. And I think this is a really important representation of internally how this project has been approached, because early on the police department and the city really recognized the need for an integrated approach, not just siloing the ideas behind public safety in the police department. And so this is, these are representatives of the great team that's been working on this, listed on this slide. And then the chief also noted that we have had a process subcommittee that has helped us over the last year and a half. And that includes community members, Mallory Cates and Marina LaGrave, who were selected via an open community application process in late 2020. And then we've had 2 council members all along on the process subcommittee. And in 2021, those were council members Joseph and Yates. And this year in 2022, it's been Mayor Pro Tem Friend and Councilmember Weiner. And as the name suggests, certainly the work of this subcommittee is really to advise the staff on process. So it's not as much about the content of the plan. Next slide, please. So we've gone through several major milestones in the project so far. We started last summer with window 1, which was a big qualitatively focused window to get a baseline on the hopes, values, and concerns people had for policing in their city. Then based on that feedback, the team put together some draft community safety value statements and focus areas for the plan. Then we went into window 2, which was a shorter quantitative window to gauge how much different values and focus areas did or didn't resonate with different audiences. In window 3, learning together, we were responding to some requests we had gotten for more information about the department. And we took an approach on this that we've gotten some pretty good feedback on, which was instead of having a big background document on the department, we divided that into one-pagers about different subjects. So for instance, what does the police department budget look like was one of them. And we were able to feature those different subjects in police town halls. And then people could ask questions about them as part of the chief's town hall meetings or give feedback on the Be Heard Boulder site about that. So that was, I think, a different way to approach things that worked out really well. And then this spring, staff developed the first draft of the master plan based on that feedback. And we'll be going forward in the next phase of the process for community feedback on that draft. And I'll touch a little bit more on those steps a little later on. And then this is step 2 of the racial equity instrument, or specifically the engagement windows featured on this slide are step 2 of the racial equity instrument, which is collecting data through community feedback. And we'll be continuing in step 2 as part of engagement window 4. And I'll also note that whenever possible, in alignment with our racial equity plan, we have disaggregated the feedback we've gotten by race and ethnicity. Next slide, please. As an outcome of window 1 engagement, we developed draft community values statements. And these steps are also the result of step 2 of the racial equity instrument. We've shortened some of the statements on the slide just for the sake of fitting them on a PowerPoint slide. But the full statements are, of course, in the draft plan and the council memo, and I'll briefly read them here. We feel safe in our community when we are all free to enjoy public and private spaces without fear of harm. Laws are enforced equitably. Police respond professionally and respectfully when we need them, but we have alternative and creative resources to address problems not suited to policing. We demonstrate we are a compassionate community that supports the basic needs and the right to be free from crime for all community members. Criminal behavior is met with accountability measures that are fair and just within policing and other systems, with opportunities for individuals to be supported in underlying issues, and officers are part of the communities they serve, building relationships and understanding and addressing problems before having to step up enforcement and resort to force. Next slide, please. We also developed draft focus areas, which are major umbrella categories for things that people care about in the way that their communities are policed. And this was also based on what was heard and the data that was collected. And this aligns with step 3 of the racial equity instrument, determining the benefits and the burden. So the 6 focus areas that we have as draft areas are first partnering with community. And some of you who were involved in the earlier engagement phases might remember this was originally called integrating with community. And what we found over time was that was somewhat unclear to people. And so as we get feedback on this draft of the plan, we're going to see if partnering with community is something that's more understandable. And what was really reflected in this area was a lot of feedback from people who wanted to get to know and work with their police department really outside of emergencies or outside of bad things happening. The next area is what we're calling right response and role for police. So certainly a lot of interest in alternative responses and making sure that police are doing the work best suited to police. Next, providing leadership and preventing and reducing crime. A lot of people certainly, as we've already discussed, very concerned about crime and how all of us can be protected from it in the community. Serving as a trusted partner in racial equity and support for vulnerable populations. Community members want to make sure that people are policed equitably and that the needs of vulnerable populations are really appropriately addressed. And of course, our police department interacts with all sorts of people in our community. Recruiting and supporting a professional workforce with integrity. Many community members focused on the need to ensure that we're recruiting diverse candidates that reflect the values of the community and making sure that they're healthy and well supported to serve Boulder. And definitely modeling transparency and accountability. This was one of the top things cited by many people, and that really is about the need to clearly understand data, procedures, what's going on with the police department, how they're interacting with the community. As we go through key points of the plan, we have associated all the draft strategies with multiple focus areas in most cases. And we really organized around the strategies because most of them do address multiple focus areas and really reflect our approach of integrating important themes across the work, across the department, and across the city for a more holistic approach. So next, I'm going to turn it over to the chief so she can talk about the strategies that are in the draft plan with some examples of tactics and specific actions in each strategy area. And you'll also see the key focus areas that are attached to the strategies on each slide. And I'll note as we move to the next slide that the 13 strategies are also aligned with step 4 of the racial equity instrument, which is developing strategies. So take it away, Chief.
Thank you, Wendy. If Emily could go back one slide. Thank you so much. So there's a lot of discussion in the community about alternative responses, and BPD has a long history of using alternative responses for police calls for service, such as auto accident investigations, code enforcement, our photo enforcement team, our animal protection officers, and our homeless outreach team that rarely engages in any form of enforcement. We also have a robust co-response model that is partnering clinicians with officers who respond to calls when community members are in acute crisis. Preliminary evaluation of the program has shown promising results, including lowered use of force incidents and minimal need to place persons on mental health holds, creating better outcomes for community members. In addition, the Boulder Police Department, the Boulder Fire Department, and Housing and Human Services are committed to piloting an alternative to police response for low-level non-criminal calls for service, like the STAR program in Denver. Preliminarily, a data review concluded that approximately 2 to 3.5% of BPD calls for service could be handled with a paramedic caseworker without police response. More on this to follow in the fall. Next slide, please. Recruiting. BPD is committed to recruiting and retaining persons from diverse backgrounds and perspectives. BPD's diversity is largely reflective of the city of Boulder. Last year, the Boulder Police Department committed to the National Institute of Justice's 30 by 30 initiative, which focuses on the underrepresentation of women in policing. The NIJ believes, and I believe, the underrepresentation of women in policing undermines public safety. Currently in the US, women make up only 12% of sworn officers and only 3% of police leadership positions in the United States. Research suggests women officers use less force, are named in fewer complaints, and are perceived by the victims of crime as more compassionate, most certainly better outcomes for crime victims, especially as sexual assault victims, and make fewer discretionary arrests, especially community members of color. We are working really hard with our HR partners on recruiting and marketing efforts in diverse neighborhoods across the region, and also are partnering with the University of Colorado. But I can tell you, so is Chief Jokers at the same time we are. Next slide, please. Best practices and evidence-based models. This is something that I'm very passionate about. This is probably the most overlooked part of police reform, is the implementation of an evidence-based, coherent, and ethical crime prevention strategy. We know crime concentrates among people and places. If the city works together holistically, we can block such opportunities without the need for traditional criminal justice mechanisms that have disproportionately impacted our vulnerable communities. I also want to just spend a little bit of time on the ICAP model, and I've presented this a couple of times at least to council. But the ICAP model is a dramatic departure from the traditional use of force models that we see across the country. At the core of the use of force model is the constant reminder of the sanctity of human life in every decision a police officer makes when confronted with a community member. Preliminary results in Boulder are consistent with other evidence-based research evaluations that show officers use less force after receiving this training. Moving forward, however, the ICAP model needs to be integrated in other policies, procedures, and guidelines in high-risk categories such as traffic stops. I want to spend a little bit of time on the importance of being accredited in policing. So we are partners right now with the Commission on Accreditation of Law Enforcement Agencies. This accreditation process really provides our police department the organizational foundation to operate effectively on a day-to-day basis. Some of the highlights of the partnership are a comprehensive audit of policies and procedures, preparedness to address natural and man-made disasters, community trust building, equitable hiring practices, and yearly independent review of our department by independent subject matter experts. Next slide, please. So staffing for community problem solving. We ask an outside researcher to come into the police department and conduct a staffing analysis report for the Boulder Police Department. Dr. Troy Payne found that the workload for BPD has changed significantly in the last several years. As calls for service went down, the complexity of the calls changed dramatically, requiring more officers to respond for calls of violence, burglaries, and serious behavioral health crisis incidents, including violence against police officers. Best practices in staffing analysis across the country, including the International City County Managers Association, requires officers to spend 60% of their time responding to community calls for service. The remainder of the time should be spent engaging with the community on problem solving and community policing. The report also recommends the police department should always have 60% of its policing staff assigned to patrol operations. Understaffing may undercut community policing and problem-solving efforts, something the community values and desires. Recent research suggests that more time a police officer can spend with a community member on calls for service and problem-solving efforts, the better customer service experience they report, and the better the outcomes of the call for service. Next slide, please. Transparency. BPD is committed to continuing its work with the Information and Innovation Department to develop a dashboard containing and visualizing all of our traffic stop data, all of our use of force data, and all of our arrest data. I believe the key to building communities of trust is to be transparent with all of our high-risk data points. In the fall of 2022, researchers will review and analyze the Boulder Police Department's data, and they will provide an analysis of their findings as well as recommendations associated with those findings. Next slide, please. Independent review. The Boulder Police Department is working with the Police Oversight Panel and the Independent Monitor. We value their role in ensuring that the Boulder Police Department is held accountable and transparent. We will continue to involve them in training, policy changes, and research projects. Next slide, please. Training. Police training is often minimized, underfunded, and lacks scientific evaluation on outcomes. We have a responsibility to know what works and what doesn't. Our goal is to partner with researchers to conduct these much needed evaluations and build a culture of learning and process improvement. For decades, police departments have spent disproportionate amount of time on learning hard skills and not other needed skills, such as crime science, building emotional intelligence, and leadership concepts. We will embark on a 3-year training cycle to include evidence-based trainings, and then also evaluate trainings which appear to be innovative. And just to name a few, the active bystander training, which comes out of Georgetown University, which we're excited to bring. We are currently trying to train all of our officers in crisis intervention training, which is a certification which requires 40 hours of time. Bias and microaggression training, virtual reality training, and de-escalation. And again, the importance of ICAT training to understand proper dosage and when we need to reevaluate that training as well. Crowd management training, and also always our response to active harmer incidents, and ongoing training in crime science principles, as well as the stratified policing model training. This is on top of what the officers are expected to do yearly, which is a 40-hour course from post in all types of various training modules. Next slide, please. Information and outreach. If the police and the community are truly going to be equal partners in crime prevention, then we'll need to continue to build and refine technology platforms for the community to understand crime trends, quality of life issues, and daily incidents impacting Boulder communities. In addition, starting in early fall, the Boulder Police Department will roll out something that I'm really passionate about, is a community policing neighborhood pilot project in 5 neighborhoods to allow community members to sit down and discuss unique problems with command staff personnel and a neighborhood officer. Early discussions with community leaders about this program have been welcome and well received. Next slide, please. Improving service delivery through technology. The Boulder Police Department is committed to preventing harm through innovative technology platforms, such as virtual reality training for de-escalation skills. Unmanned aircraft can be used to prevent use of force situations in search warrants, barricaded suspects, persons with weapons, open field searches for missing children and at-risk populations, and determine and find suspicious devices. This technology prevents injuries to both officers and suspects, and we would like to be on the cutting edge of this technology. I believe shortly in the future, we will be able to disrupt active harmer situations. And this is a technology that we are watching closely. Next slide, please. Holistic wellness program. Historically, police leaders have done a disservice to the policing profession by minimizing the trauma and the post-traumatic stress disorders that many police officers experience at some point in their careers. The stigma associated with an officer experiencing behavioral health issues has been substantial. Officers would try to work through pain, depression, and anxiety, sometimes resulting in negative interactions in the community. We must do better in this arena. We must offer innovative strategies and peer support, addiction services, stress inoculation training, resiliency training, and post-traumatic stress disorder therapy. A holistic employee wellness program was one of the President Barack Obama's foundational pillars of his police reform package, and BPD and I am committed to a holistic approach to officer wellness. Next slide, please. As we all know, Boulder is in an elevated risk profile for catastrophic flooding and wind-driven wildfires due to its geography. As we have witnessed in the past 2 years, police play a vital role in responding to issues surrounding climate change. They are usually first on the scene, in charge of evacuations, rescues, and establishing traffic patterns for other first responders. Innovation and technology will help the city ensure public safety. Our unmanned aircraft systems are a crucial asset for response to national disasters. They provide real-time information on the progression and status of these events while minimizing the risk and harm to first responders. Unfortunately, the need for this technology and the training associated with our response will only increase in the future. We are committed to focusing efforts and resources toward training, planning, and community resiliency. We are also investigating the use of electric and hybrid vehicles to impact climate change. Next slide, please. Partnerships with other agencies. Boulder PD will continue to rely on strong partnerships in the future to interrupt threats to our community. Recent Supreme Court rulings regarding abortion rights and the right to carry guns only increase threat levels to Boulder's local institutions. We will need collaboration and partnerships to understand and respond quickly to future threats. But I am committed to partners that align with our city's values and our existing policies. I'm also really excited to partner with CU on establishing a state-of-the-art police academy where police officers will be educated in the areas that we discussed in this master plan. Chief Jokers from CU and I are passionate about the ability to train police officers in innovative strategies and ensure they receive college credits and/or a certification from CU while attending the academy. We believe it will be a game changer for the recruiting of top-tier talent and applicants that are serious about community service and crime prevention. Next slide, please. Right space to do the work. Our police department facility is aging and it is not energy efficient, and we are very limited on space. We are working with the facilities department, so our needs are aligned with their vision on all city departments. A space needs conducted in 2014 projected the need for an additional 25,000 to 30,000 feet of space and an additional 150 parking spaces. And we regularly experience those constraints today. This also aligns with the city's climate goals in the recently adopted facilities master plan. Next slide, please. I just want to touch upon this. I want to give council in the community an idea of how the Boulder Police Department is really working to control for disparities. I wanted to highlight the current state of our department's ability to understand and intervene when we see disparities in our systems. With the technology advancements and the partnerships of researchers and the adoption of this master plan, our systems of accountability will be much more comprehensive. So I just wanted to highlight a few of the areas that I think that you should be aware of and the community should be aware of. We have a very robust system with our body-worn cameras to conduct audits on every high-risk behavior that police officers engage in. And then on top of that, the body-worn camera software sends numerous videos randomly to supervisors and commanders to do an audit on those behaviors as well. Again, I think the crime prevention strategy that we discussed earlier is probably one of the biggest ways that we can control for disparities when we're working in policing. Training, obviously, implicit bias training, but all of the other trainings that we talked about and we're going to venture in for the next 3 years have an impact in controlling for disparities. The ICAP model, again, is evidence-based. My vision for the ICAP model is to interweave this in numerous policies and procedures within the department. We are working with the police oversight panel, who obviously reviews all of our citizen complaints and use of force situations for another level of accountability. And then recently, with the passage of Senate Bill 217, all of our stop data, both consensual and non-consensual, is given to the state for their researchers to do studies on disparities there as well. We have been in compliance with this law, and even before this passed and went into motion in April of this year, we were giving the state our traffic stop data as well. So my vision is that we continue to become much more comprehensive and much more comprehensive in our evaluation of all of our high-risk data points. Next slide. And I think this is going to go to my Chief of Staff, Joe Mylick.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Friend, members of council, city manager, and staff. My name is Joe Mylick, and I'm the Chief of Staff of the Boulder Police Department. The master plan will require resources and funding, so a draft budget is included in the plan to highlight the areas and programs we have discussed. We understand this will require a broader discussion with input and feedback from internal and external stakeholders and cross-departmental teams, including more robust research into the costs. The costs are preliminary and projected over a 5-year implementation period with an adjustment for an inflationary rate. Staffing is a large part of the plan and the budget, so salary and benefits comprise a considerable portion of that budget. Dr. Troy Payne has completed a staffing analysis referred to in the plan several times tonight, and Dr. Payne has indicated his willingness to make himself available to share his research and recommendations at a time in the future. There are two primary components of the budget: initial one-time costs and ongoing adjustments to the base budget. One-time costs include a new police academy startup, robot replacements, consultant costs, personnel costs, equipment, vehicles in academy, electronic charging stations for a fleet. And ongoing costs include salary and benefits, vehicles and equipment, including their replacement and maintenance, compression issues, ongoing training, new academy to include the ongoing operational costs, and robot replacement inventory and new technology. Not included in this budget is the replacement cost for a new facility that has been a topic since the 2013 master plan and will continue to be a discussion as part of the facilities master plan. Next slide.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Chief. So next steps, getting feedback on the draft plan from the community engagement. In engagement window 4 is our big next step. And we have hired a consultant through a request for proposals, otherwise known as RFP process. That consultant is National Policing Institute. And the consultant is working to design a community survey as well as non-survey mechanisms for input on the draft plan. Part of that contract involves outreach to historically excluded groups to get input on how to craft that window, first of all, and then specific input, of course, on the plan once we're in the window. And so examples of some of the groups included for this specific outreach include the Latinx Leadership Team, the NAACP, our group of people with lived experience in homelessness that has advised on other parts of the process, out Boulder County, and others. After that, we will be releasing a revised draft plan, and that's targeted for October, in time for an opportunity for community members to comment on that revised draft at the end of October in alignment with the process subcommittee meeting that month. And then we're targeting council final review and hopefully approval of the plan for December at the end of the year. And then at that point, once the plan is approved, then we would be moving into racial equity instrument step 5 evaluation, which also takes us back to step 2, data collection in 2023. So next slide. And here we are back with our questions for council. So this is the end of our presentation, and I'll then open it up for council.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Really appreciate all the time that everybody put into sharing this with us. So for council, I am thinking we can split up our discussions of these 2 questions just to help us kind of stay focused on one thing at a time and hopefully provide some more clarity for staff. So let's first start on the first question about the reimagined policing plan. So as you are considering feedback on this, just to be a little more specific, let's think about what is it that you like about the reimagined policing plan, as what was presented and what you've read. What changes would you like to see staff working on the plan and consider as we head into this next engagement phase? And so we'll kind of have that discussion, and then we can come back to the question specifically about this next engagement window that's coming up and provide some feedback there. So maybe first, before we begin, does anybody have any clarifying questions? Lauren, I see your hand up.
Thanks. So, and this is a little bit in the weeds, but on one of the things I liked in the stratified policing model, there's a number of really great questions that are set out that are written to be necessary to set a strategic baseline. And I didn't see in there sort of who would be answering those questions, or if there's a plan for how you will get answers to those questions. And so I was just wondering if you have any more information to provide us there.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Folkers, are you speaking of the stratified policing crime prevention strategy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, the stratified policing model. It's a chapter 3, the very top of page 44. Or I believe it's page 53 in the packet.
Yeah, so the stratified policing model is really about accountability and transparency to reduce crime and disorder. And so what our vision is for this strategy is to involve the community on both our tactical analysis and our strategic analysis. To me, this is in my world where we really need to work as a profession on understanding those crime science principles and blocking those opportunities for crime to happen in the first place. And this speaks volumes to disparities that we've witnessed historically. And I really do believe that a solid crime prevention strategy gets to the heart of those issues. But most certainly, I run the strategic portion of the crime prevention strategy, and then the deputy chiefs obviously run the tactical side of this strategy. But it's my vision to have the community present at some of these meetings where we're really discussing crime problems and problem-solving efforts across the city with the police. I mean, this was the vision of Sir Robert Peel, is to work with the community on problem solving and to prevent these bad things from happening in the first place. If we can prevent these bad things from happening, then we don't have to rely on what we all know impacts disproportionately disenfranchised communities. So to me, this is the heart of the police reform package. And I don't know if I answered your question, Councilmember Folkerts, but if you throw it at me again, I'll give it a try again.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So I think you laid out a set of really important questions. And I was just wondering, are we going to go through a process to try and answer those questions? Who might be involved in that process? Or is it more of an internal process? And if so, are we recording or sort of how would we know what the answers to these questions are?
Yeah, I think that I would love to involve as many community leaders as possible on answering those questions. And I think that's the heart of community policing. And I want that and I value that interaction, because if not, it's not holistic, it's not community driven, and we miss voices in that conversation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. Rachel, clarifying question?
Clarifying question. As window 4 of engagement for process, this is a process question, what advisory boards will be weighing in?
Sure. Rachel, obviously any advisory board in the city is really welcome to interact with us around this plan. We have already had some outreach to the the Human Relations Commission about this. And then I saw Joey pop up because he's been discussing with the Oversight Committee when and how we can best get their feedback in this window. And Joey, did you want to pop on and say anything about that?
Sure, just real quick. We're working with the panel right now to schedule, schedule some time for a member of the committee to present to the panel, and the panel would get the plan obviously ahead of time, just as the council members did, be able to provide questions in writing, and then in person provide their feedback to the city and to the police department. We're imagining that would be a public discussion at one of their public meetings, and that will be scheduled either at a special meeting sometime in late August or early September, or perhaps at their regular monthly meeting on September 9th. So that's coming down the pipe.
Thanks, Joey. I don't know if you introduced yourself, so I will invite that if not.
Very sorry. I'm Joey Lapari. I'm the independent police monitor for the city of Boulder.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And so Wendy, back to yours. So if other advisory boards would like to weigh in, do they just contact you, or that sounded open-ended? So I just want to, as part of this engagement and, following up on Lauren's questions, like who's going to give feedback on these critical questions? I want to make sure.
Absolutely. What we really try to do is use all of our mechanisms to, of course, promote the engagement opportunities broadly. And I would certainly invite any of our city boards and commissions who are interested in having a more special engagement around this to then reach out to me, and let's work on arranging what's appropriate.
Thanks, Wendy. That was my only clarifying question.
Yeah, I see that. Teresa, you just popped your hand up. Did you have a point you would like to remind us about?
Yes, absolutely. Certainly we need to be thinking about the scope of authority for boards and whether it's within their scope of authority to be weighing in on that kind of policy decision. Certainly members of the boards individually are welcome to comment as individual residents of the community. There may be some limitations though, just with respect to the authority of the scope.
Thank you. And just a reminder to folks as you're popping up, if you could say your names for folks who are maybe just listening. That was our wonderful city attorney, Teresa Taylor Tate. Thank you, Teresa.
Thanks, Nicole. I appreciate the reminder.
All right, Matt, you're up next. Clarifying questions.
Thank you, Nicole. And thanks, Maris, for the presentation and going through the thorough sort of update on this master plan. My question has to sort of do with how this master plan at least may address or look to reconcile any jurisdictional overlap or gaps between Boulder Police Department and maybe CUPD or the county sheriff, where they're interacting in our city, but yet our master plan obviously is focused on your department. And I'm just wondering how our master plan maybe looks to sort of bring them in or allow to make sure that we don't have big gaps in terms of values, goals, and certainly process and implementation of things.
That's a great question, Councilmember Benjamin. As you know, I think we have a really solid MOU with CU, and we work together almost on a daily basis. I can tell you Chief Jokers has the same values and visions that I have about policing, and we're starting this police academy together, which also will bleed into the county as well. The sheriff has just contacted me saying that he would like to take part in our police academy concept. We also have MOUs with the county. I'm looking forward to a really good relationship with the new sheriff when he comes on board in January. We've already have meetings set up to establish what we both see is visions and values, not only for Boulder, but for the county. So I look forward to those relationships. And I just want to tell you, we really have strong relationships right now.
That's all for me, Nicole.
All right, thanks. And Councilmember Joseph, you are up next.
Thank you very much. I have a few questions concerning. First, I was looking at the workforce diversity, and I really appreciate the comment that you made, Maris, about diversity and the importance of that. And I do believe that, you know, diversity is one of the ways to really impact the community and make a difference. But my question to you, as I was looking over the report, and I didn't see it, and maybe I'm just missing it, what does that really mean? What does that mean for your police force? What does it look like before? So I think what I'm getting at, it feels to me those are just visions, but they're not necessarily, I don't see the strategic plan as in step by step on how you intend to achieve that diversity.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. It's such an important question, Council Member Joseph. We will have a very robust recruiting and retaining strategy. What we are doing right now, we are recruiting in historically diverse neighborhoods in the region. I don't know if you've noticed, we have a ton of marketing on buses that travel through our region. We also are marketing in places where Black policing institutions are also have advertisement space. So we're doing that as well. And then part of that CALIA process that we talked about, part of that accreditation process will give us a robust recruiting strategy. We are also working with CU and CU's athletic department. We have people that are working closely to see if we can't garner applicants out of that diverse pool as well. But this, I can tell you, is one of the hardest things facing policing right now, is recruiting for diversity, especially after the murder of George Floyd. It has become even harder to recruit in these neighborhoods, but I am committed to doing so. And I think since I've been here, we are recruiting at a much higher level of diversity than they were in the past. And I think that trend will continue. And one of the things I hear from the people that we are recruiting is that they're choosing Boulder because they really do believe that we have the best shot of reimagining policing and doing things differently than we've done in the past. And so that is a good indicator that what we're doing in Boulder is actually infiltrating other communities. And we're starting to see not exceptionally young candidates, but we're actually seeing people taking this position as second careers because they're excited in the direction that Boulder PD is going in. So my commitment to you and everybody on council and the community is I'm going to continue to aggressively market in these diverse neighborhoods to ensure that we are getting people from diverse backgrounds and diverse perspectives, which is important as well.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate hearing that, and I welcome that, and I support that as well. The only thing is, I appreciate you mentioning it, but I hope that, it's seen somewhere in a report. There is a metrics, just saying things is not enough. If we want to make a difference in the community, we have to show the community that we're doing the work. And it doesn't take years to hire someone. Police officers are amazing. They protect our community, but nonetheless, it's not impossible to find people to become police officers. I think we have to do a better job in our community at making people feel welcome and also at inviting them in. So if you can't find police officers of color, maybe we need to look internally and say why. Why is it so difficult? So now I wanted to ask you a question or a couple of questions about, on page 25, it says page 25, and it also said page 16. It states that, I saw the bar graph, it says 25% of our budget is spent on policing. And you also have the graphs with the different cities. Have you account for size and other social issues when you place Boulder in the middle of all these other cities?
I think you're referring, Councilman Joseph, to our benchmark cities data?
Yes.
Yeah, those are actually graphs that we've taken from those cities specifically in a report that they publish every year. Obviously, we try to control for as many variables as possible. They're benchmark cities because they are probably the closest aligned on how Boulder is represented. University towns, approximately 100,000 persons, similar city budgets. So they try to control for as many variables as possible, but I would not indicate that those benchmark cities are exclusive. I mean, there's differences, obviously, as you go down each of those cities, but we at least try to control for as many variables as possible.
And I'll just add on to what the chief said, Councilmember Joseph. I'm assuming you're referring to figure 4 and figure 5 in the draft plan. And in the case of figure 4, it's comparing as the police department budget as a percentage of city budget. And so those percentages, I mean, because there might be some cities where the overall city has a bigger or smaller budget than ours, right? But it's really, it's controlling for some of those size differences because it's the percentage of the budget, not the total dollars. And in the case of figure 5, that is a per capita rate. So that's, again, adjusting for the different sizes as they vary among the cities there.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's maybe move into just some of the feedback that staff has asked us for about this plan. And I'm wondering if we can first, just to kind of collect things under similar umbrellas, what are some of the things that, really appeal to folks about the plan that you liked, that really felt like they were, moving our city in a direction that aligns with our values and where our community is hoping to go? Tara.
Sure, I can start. First of all, I want to say I've read not a small amount of master plans since I've been involved in government. And let me just say, they're not exactly page turners. I'm just going to throw that out there. Very good bedtime material. But this master plan I thought was super interesting, and it really kept my attention, and there were a lot of great things in it. Might have been my favorite master plan that I've ever read. Anyway, but besides parks, because I love parks there. So I would say that these are the things that I loved about it. The values section was really well put. I like the values section very much. I like the focus, the focus areas I thought were great. My dream, I guess, for a police department would be that we could combine, I love the way you said it, a trusted partner in racial equity and in modeling transparency and accountability, and also a leader in preventing and reducing crime. So to me, that's taking all the different sides, let's say the two sides, so to speak, and they're bringing them together, which I think would make great success. I think that is a way for great success for a police department. I would love our police department to be a national example of how we can, a professionality as well as fairness, equity, and transparency. That's my big dream. I loved, now I'm going to tell you my favorite strategies. So you have 13 and I'm going to give you my top strategies real quick. I'm not going to read them over. Don't worry, everybody. First of all, number one was employee wellness. I have never thought about the things that you wrote in that master plan in terms of the high suicide rate and anxiety and depression. And I'm so glad that you are doing this. And I never thought about how it affects job performance. And so that's one of my top favorites in terms of strategies. I like the alternative responses. We all know about those, the co-response teams and CERT team and the HOT team. I'm excited about recruiting diversity. I noticed that you said, I appreciated what Junie said, actually, that how seriously we need to take this. Thank you, Junie, for sharing that. And I was really happy to see that 12% of the US, I guess, are women police officers. Here it said in your plan, 25% of 44 new police officer hires have been women. And so that is exciting for me. I love the transparency in stop, arrest, and use of force data. And I really enjoyed reading about the tech part of this all, especially the unmanned aircraft and the robots, because that really takes a lot of people out of harm's way, both the officers and also the community members, and even the suspects are, more apt to be out of harm's way when we do that. But my very, very favorite strategy, number one on the HITS strategy board, is going to be training, because to me, training, when you said, Maris, a culture of learning and process improvements, if that could be our culture in this police department, I think that would be great. You didn't speak much about ABLE, A-B-L-E, but I was very interested in that. And I was wondering if you could take a second to tell us what ABLE is.
Yeah, absolutely, Council Member Weiner. ABLE comes to us from Georgetown University, and it's a comprehensive training program that when a police officer is really needing assistance from another police officer to disengage or de-escalate from a bad situation, that police officer knows how to do that. and is trained and can intervene before bad police community interactions occur in the first place. We're excited because preliminarily, this ABLE training looks like it's having major implications in policing. I know the Attorney General is putting his weight behind ABLE training, and I'm hoping to do some level of an evaluation on the ABLE training when we started here. So I'm trying to get pre and post perceptions, and hopefully we'll have another evidence-based strategy that maybe we publish and really understand how this works. But I'm excited about bringing that training because I do think it's needed. Police officers get stressed, and having another officer there to intervene before things get bad is really shows promise across the country.
I mean, what it said in the master plan was that it said that helps prevent police misconduct and police mistakes. And so it also, I think, pushes against what is now, a lot of different departments across the country have is, the wrong kind of police culture where you have that, isn't there some sort of a curtain? What's the phrase with the curtain? Somebody knows it. Or you can't get beyond the curtain.
The blue line?
No, not sure. But anyway, I can't think of it now. But so this seems to be like the opposite of that, where we can really just help. They can help police officers helping each other to be the best that they can be. And also, like you said, to stop things from, bad things from happening before they happen. So I think that's great. And that's what I have.
Thank you,
Tara. Thank you, Chief. All right. Again, kind of focused on things that you appreciated, want to see carried forward as the plan evolves. Councilmember Folkerts up next.
Thank you. Like Tara, I really thought that the list of values that was laid out was pretty exceptional that fitting the strategies to those values, I think, is really important. To me, there felt like there was some, I would like to see maybe a little bit more imagining around how we can have more strategies to express those values. I think that is an area that I could see as a slight improvement. One of the other things I wanted to bring up, it's not necessarily in the plan, but that I am really excited about. When I dove deeper into the benchmark study, there are so many areas that I think our police department is doing a really excellent job at. Beyond body-worn cameras and sort of the high percentage of women in policing that compared to our peer cities, the focus on training that we have, I think is really excellent. They showed a stronger, that we're spending more per officer on making sure that everyone's really highly trained. And then we were one of the top in terms of recruiting the highest classes of graduates. And so I just wanted to send my appreciation for those things.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Benjamin, and then I will call on myself unless somebody else wants to get in on this section.
Nicole, it's just Matt, no formalities, but I appreciate that. Well, so, because Tara and Lauren went before me, they certainly hit some high marks, but just so that there's maybe some consistency or you get a sense of a heat map on things that are thematic maybe among us. Certainly that, again, like Lauren said, the list of values I thought was really robust, and certainly followed by those values is the wellness focus. It's something that I think all our first responders need to be doing, especially in these times. And so I think it's just critically important. And it also then leads into the retention of making sure that the good people we have stay. So thank you for really leaning hard into that. And it's one of those things that doesn't give you return on investment immediately. It's one of those that it's the long game. And so thank you for thinking of that, because often it's easy to want to just think about the stuff that gives you immediate gratification and easy measurables. So that long game is really important for our police officers long term. And then really sort of closing the loop on the wellness, I really like the fact that we, having the academy and CU is going to be involved, as well as the county is looking to be involved. I think if we're going to go after trying to take an exemplary leadership position with regards to policing in this community as an example for others, then we need to be recruiting and training them from the beginning to meet those standards. So I think that closing that loop is really important. So I appreciate you thinking of that holistically. So those are the three areas that I like a lot. So thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I do think that unfortunately, since I've been here, when officers go to different academies across the state, they are all on differing levels. And we spend a lot of time, unfortunately, remediating or retraining skills to meet the city's values. And that just is not acceptable to me. And I want to make sure that when we get good candidates, we continue with the values of the city and the values of this police department. And so we're all on the same page with everything that's in the master plan. And I really do think that will just be a game changer with police culture. And I can tell you, when I first got here, to see some of the techniques that some of these academies employ really scared me to death. And so having our own academy with our own values and community involvement, to me, is critical. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
I'm with Matt. You just call me Rachel. Since we're breaking it up this way, I didn't want to be silent for the compliments and then raise my hand for, what could we do more of? So I will just say that I support everything that everyone else has said. And I think, all of the new strategies are good ones and going in the right direction. I don't have a criticism of any of them. So thanks. Good work.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks. And I will just add mine at the end here. I really appreciate the language around being proactive about, working with other departments that, to use a phrase I've heard you say before, Chief, have better levers to pull in addressing some of these problems. And I really appreciated it, just sort of the sense in reading it that, by the time somebody's having an interaction with the police, there are often many systems that have failed them along the way, right? But there are multiple places to intervene before it gets to a crisis or emergency situation. So I appreciated that perspective. I am very grateful for the work of Growing Up Boulder and My Emotion, who worked together to get some really great youth engagement feedback. And hopefully everybody's had a chance to read that. It was really, good feedback from youth. And I like the focus on building relationships outside of emergency and crisis situations. I think, as long as we can be sensitive to the fact that some relationships have more broken trust than others, and we'll need to start at a different place, I think it's really, good to go in with that perspective that we ought to be having, we ought to not just be showing up in crisis kinds of situations. All right, well, why don't we switch gears now and just talk a little bit. Hopefully that's given you some feedback, Chief, around the kinds of things that, are really coming out as shining lights in these in the document. And let's talk about what changes folks would like to see staff consider as this goes into the next engagement period and beyond. And again, we'll get to the engagement process after this next discussion. So what are the things that that you would like to see be a little bit different in the plan? Great, Lauren.
I love going first. Okay, so I think probably the first thing that struck me about the plan that seemed a little different from some of the other master plans that we see is just the amount of it that is focused on revenue and or funding. To me, that felt it was just an typically I think of these long-term plans as being really aspirational. What can we hope to achieve in 15 years? And the tone didn't capture that in a lot of areas. So that's just kind of like overall, I really want this document to be like a guiding light for us. And while, you know, all departments are faced with revenue challenges in meeting these plans, we can't like start with that being our focus. I also, and I think that probably my next biggest piece, and this comes up in several different areas, there's discussion of well, I'm wondering how we evaluate our performance on a number of things, or like where the check-ins are with the public. What sort of goals are we setting, and how are we reevaluating as we move forward? One of the areas where I was particularly interested in seeing that was areas involving changing a new technology. I think that it's really important that we have a process of communication and outreach with the community to make sure that we're addressing issues, concerns, so that these programs are really seen as very successful. And then I think there's a couple of areas where it might be nice to have a little bit more data, information regarding how officers are spending time, like their time currently. I know that there was a percentage of how much it is in response to calls, but it might be interesting to have more information around what types of calls or what kinds of incidents are being responded to, along with what our response times are and trends. And then under transparency and stop and arrest and use of force data, there's mention of a report that's going to be done. And I'm really interested to see that move forward. It also seems like that might be another one of those items that could be a recurring item that we might, and so maybe this plan could set forth an idea of what kind of timeline for that recurrence makes sense. Thank you.
Councilmember Folkers, I thank you for those suggestions. I agree with all of them, and they're all very doable, and we can include in the master plan.
Thank you. And Rachel, you're up next.
Lauren, I think we simultaneously raised hands, so I wasn't trying to make you go first, or I don't think anybody was. So thanks for taking that for the team again. I do agree with Lauren, especially on the first point of sort of what I'm used to seeing in master plans during my tenure so far. And often there's like here's our I don't know, silver, gold, platinum level things that we're shooting for, and we're invited to give input on, where we want to kind of land, what we're shooting for, sort of. And I didn't feel like we were teed up tonight, and maybe that'll come in the final, but often the drafts have a little bit more specific feedback that they're asking council members to give direction on in the community. So that sort of felt a little bit lacking in sort of the feedback that we're being asked for, and what is our aspirational goal here for policing. And so that's my second point is just broad. And I know that sometimes when we give feedback like this, it can create defensiveness, and I hope it doesn't. I think that we have an outstanding police department. I am not naive. I don't believe that societies can exist without a criminal justice system. So I'm not trying to overshoot here with this feedback. And if I really step back and think, we're reimagining policing, like I used to used to do that with my students when I taught criminal justice. Like, you know, what would you do if you wanted to make this a job? For those of you who are going into policing, where you're going to be happier. Like most people want to go into this job. I think those of you who are in the police department would agree, for noble reasons and to be helpers. And we're at a place now in policing where there's such a lack of trust that if we were to reimagine it, how do we, you know, really build those bridges where police officers are happier on the job and the community members are trusting. And so I just wonder if we've gone broadly enough in reimagining. You know, we're doing this once every 10 years. We're at this pivotal moment. Again, I think all the steps we're doing are great. But I don't know, like, if, you know, if we are at a point where, and I understand we have societal constraints, but like, if I'm driving with a broken taillight, I've said this before, like, I think the helpful thing is a new taillight rather than a ticket. And like, how do we get to that society? How do we reimagine, you know, the place where, putting aside sort of the really critical moments in policing, which we were all deeply grateful for the police presence when there's a serious felony happening or anything traumatic to us. So not dismissing that, you know, it can never be all unicorns and rainbows and sunshine in policing. I get that. But if we are reimagining again, have we sort of taken it down to the studs far enough that we are building it back up in a way that it is most beneficial to those doing the work and to the community? And I don't know how to put a bow around that in terms of what I'm asking for the planning process to do, but that's what I would hope for as part of this process. Thanks.
Appreciate that. And I'd love the opportunity to talk to you further about that. I am very open-minded and not defensive at all. And I would love to sit down and talk with you about what you're seeing and see if we can make it happen.
Did you have anything else, Rachel? All right, Matt.
Thank you, Nicole. Yeah, you know, looking through this, what jumped out to me a bit was with regards to community engagement, and specifically, I really would like to see a much stronger commitment and set of actions and efforts with regards to how we engage communities of color and those that are disproportionately impacted by law enforcement practices in our criminal justice system. And because, you know, and words matter so much in this aspect. And Rachel used really two key words. She said the word trust and bridges. And really, I think we have to go above and beyond in gaining and building back the trust in those communities. And so words matter a lot in a master plan. And so, you know, when we say in here, the department also seeks to expand liaison relationships, I think that's light, to be frank. I do think it needs to be much stronger. And I think we need to be much more heavily focused on those communities who we need to work the hardest to regain and establish that trust. So I'd love to see a lot more emphasis and strength in those areas. In fact, it's to me, one of the core reasons why this master plan is here for the next 10 years is I want to see the data show that engagement has absolutely done great work and strides to rebuild trust in those communities. So I'd like to see a greater emphasis on that. So we know that our words can then be backed up by the actions that will take place as a result of this master plan. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Others? Feedback, things you would like to see changed or incorporated into the plan. All right, I'm going to offer my feedback then. And if anybody else, Tara or Junie, I think if you all have some additional thoughts after, feel free to raise your hands. I don't need to be the last to speak here. So I'm just going to echo what a couple of other folks have mentioned, Chief, that I would really love to see some information about what are the measures of success that we're looking for, right? What is success? How do we define it? what are the intended outcomes of this work, and how are we going to know if they've been achieved, particularly with regard to some of the more reform oriented components, right? How do we know that we're having that difference? What measures are we tracking? The other thing that I would love to see is just to be really specific in the plan about how feedback from different groups informed the strategies. So where did the time and the courage and the emotional energy that community members put into this process create change in the plan? Like where can we look and see, oh, that's because, you know, a group told us that this was what we wanted, right? I think there was a reference to something that had been modified based on the youth feedback, but what exactly was that, right? Where can we see that impact? I think that would be helpful as we're moving forward. I think the other thing that I would love to see is just a little more specificity with regard to some of the terms used. So what does it mean, for example, to be free of crime? Because I think that some of these terms, especially within policing and how we think about policing from different perspectives, they mean different things to different people. So how can we be more specific about those terms? When we're talking about all community members, who are we talking about there, right? Who are the folks that are included in all community members? When we're talking about what other organizations and alternative resources that we'll be working with, what are those groups, right? How do we have that information, just so that we're all starting from the same pool of understanding and knowledge? I think, you know, the other thing that I was a little bit surprised to not see in there, because I know I've heard you talk about it, and I know we've talked about it, is really the growing threat from white supremacy, from Christian nationalism, from fascism that we see around the country, and even here, you know, in our own community. I think, you know, these are things I especially am concerned about, and I would really like to know, you know, as our country is moving in this authoritarian direction, what measures are being taken, right? How is the police department thinking about this? And, you know, just also, you know, coming from a place of not intending to create defensiveness, just to share concerns openly. I think especially, you know, within authoritarian countries, it does end up being the police and law enforcement that enacts a lot of those policies. So, you know, what is the thinking there to kind of protect our community as we are moving in this direction at a national level? Because I know you all are thinking about it. So, you know, how can we fit this in into our thinking about policing and our master plan for the next 10 to 15 years, knowing it's out there and we're going to be up against it. And then, you know, the other thing that I felt I would really love to see, there's a lot of data about crime statistics and where we stand in terms of spending and things like that. But there's not a lot of data regarding some of the racial disparities that exist even in our own community. I think, you know, you referenced George Floyd and his murder, and we've had events even in our own community, right, where folks have been, you know, put at risk, felt at risk from our policing policies. And so can we just kind of be open about that in our discussion of the types of reforms that we want to make and where it is that we're coming from? You know, I'm sure that probably most of you, because I sent it out via hotline, see right now the Vera Institute report with the DA, where, you know, they're really presenting a lot of data on racial disparities in the criminal justice system here in Boulder County. You know, can we get some of that as just thinking about benchmarks, right, for where we're starting, and just recognizing that, you know, we have places to go, right? We have areas for improvement. But I think, you know, making it clear that we share this understanding of where we're starting from. And given that there is a lot of data out there now from this Vera Institute report, how do we move forward from that? How do we include that in this discussion? Because, you know, I hear very much your desire for reforming policing. And how can we how do we showcase where we are with data, you know, the same way that you've been showcasing some of the crime data and the spending and training and all of that as well. So I would really love to see some of that in there too, because to me, that is a really central component of reimagining policing, is thinking about how we're overcoming these disparities that exist.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Spear. You know, I'm passionate about transparency and data sets, and it is my hope before this master plan is approved that we start to see some of those reports that will have researchers be looking at our data. Your comment about the white supremacists is spot on. And this is the reason I'm really passionate about policing, is I do believe that if you look across the world right now, policing may be the last line for military or dictatorship. And this is why I'm so passionate about policing, because as you can see on January 6th, it was the police that held that line, or we could be looking at a totally different situation in this country. That's why I'm so passionate about ensuring we have good partnerships outside of the police department to intervene in those threats. And I do think they are real, and I think they will continue. And that's why I want to build up the best constitutional police force possible to thwart those threats, because I think you're spot on, Dr. Spear, that we have a lot of concerns that are right outside of our community.
And even inside, just right.
Maybe.
I think we think about ourselves as a bubble, but they're here too. So no, I appreciate that. But yeah, those are the things that I would love to see more of. And I see Tara, you have raised your hand, but you chime in.
Yeah, I agree with Rachel on this one specific thing. I feel like trust is the most important thing for everybody in the community. And I've been lucky that I've never had a bad experience with a police officer unless I've actually done something wrong, which I've done a few things wrong. I'm not going to tell the community what they are, but they might or might not involve speeding. But anyway, just kidding. But I will say that the most important thing to me would be to do whatever it takes to win back the trust of every community member, that the police want what is best for everybody and what is best for each individual person. And Chief Harold, I know that is one of the most important things to you. I feel like we're aligned on that. And so in that respect, I hope that, and my council colleagues have had much more specific things, that they want to see improved. And I appreciate the specificity of it, but just overall, I'm going to really hope that in the ways that we change and make it even better, that it increases the trust for every person in the community as to how they feel about our police department.
Thank you.
And Junie.
Thank you, Nicole. I have to say, the more I listen to this conversation, the more stress it makes me, actually. That's one of the hardest conversations to have on council. And as some of you can probably tell from my background, I am at an NLC conference. And today I participated in a lot of the race and equity discussion within NLC. And policing and good governance is something that we talk a lot about. And I think, just by listening to some of the comments, I think some of us could really, really use some education. And this idea that, people who have bad interactions in our system, it's because of their behavior is inappropriate. That's the first thing. But what I want to say about the master plan, again, we are where we are as part of this process. I would say the most important thing is community engagement. And community engagement, what that means is reaching out to the most marginalized and reaching out to people who are really negatively affected by policing. We know, right? And I think even today in today's discussion, we do talk about marginalized people. Marginalized people come in every race, right? And it's often concentrated in the lower classes. And we also, that includes people of color. And it's very important that we say that. And it also includes LGBTQAI people. that's very important that we name them. It's not just broad brushing. So I think, again, ensuring that these people are included as part of the discussion and they are at the forefront of the policies that we put forward. That's extremely important. I have to say, yeah, today's discussion was extremely difficult. And I'm sure there are members in our community that are, every time we come back, we have these discussions, we come back with the same issues and we talk about them. So let's include them, and also let's ensure that we bring the metrics as well as part of that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jenny, for sharing that. And thank you for naming how you're feeling and how others in our community are feeling. I would love for us all to consider the ways that we can show up better in these conversations for each other and for our community as well. Tara, I see your hand up again.
Now I'm going to bring it down, but I just wanted to also thank Junie for that. Thank you so much, Junie.
So Junie just opened up the discussion around engagement. And so can we kind of switch over there? Let's talk a little bit more about what we would like to see as a part of this final engagement process. And I just heard Junie name bringing in folks from the LGBT community, from lower income communities, from communities of color, and folks with intersecting identities, and really lifting up their feedback. I'm wondering if there can be a way in the engagement process, and when this comes back to us, Chief, of really centering some of that feedback that we are getting from folks, and just knowing how people were engaged, who is missing from those conversations, I think is an important point as well. But so folks who have other feedback on engagement. Tara, okay, yeah, Lauren.
Thank you. I think one of the things that I would really like to see in terms of information that we could gather moving forward would be what the community's, like a prioritization of some of these strategies that are being proposed, because I think that it's really important, kind of as I alluded to before, generally we're not able to fund the full vision of plans sort of across departments in our city. And so knowing what people are most excited about, I think would be really important. And I know that that can be difficult to capture sometimes, data around demographics with that, but if we can, I would really appreciate that as well.
What else do folks have with regard to engagement? Matt.
Yeah, I will maybe just point out, I do think that, there's been I think in with regards to some of the setup for this, there has been a pretty good effort with regards to engagement. And so I just want to make sure that statements of what we can do better is not in the vacuum of the good work that has been done. And so I think it's important to make sure that we contextualize that a little bit. I just think that I just want to make sure that that's contextualized well, just based on what I've seen from the subcommittee group. I think that there's been some good outreach there. More can always be done. Where we focus it, I think, is critical, as Lauren is putting on there. But let's not discount the work that's been done to elevate the conversation to a place where now we can sort of have a more granular conversation and or tactical approach on how we can do better and make sure that the outcomes we're desiring actually reach those goals.
Rachel.
I was just going to sort of ask a follow-up question similar to what Matt was getting at there, which is, I have not been on the subcommunity or subcommittee, policy subcommittee that long, but was actually impressed when I took the baton from Junie and Bob on the engagement with vulnerable communities that had been done and that there was some prioritization there. So I wanted to see if Wendy maybe wanted to explain where we have been, and then maybe we can clarify what we're asking for so we don't send this group out into like where they don't know what we're asking for or how to follow up better.
Thanks, Rachel. So I will do a kind of quick rundown here of kind of the highlights of the engagement windows and some of the specific efforts so far to add that context that you and Matt have both mentioned. So there are, of course, the broader general community things that are usually done in terms of things like press releases and social media posts in English and Spanish to raise awareness about the opportunities. We've used our racial equity listserv, so that has been helpful. We created a Latinx leadership team that also incorporated some of our community connectors to have regular ongoing input with us. And we also worked with the NAACP to create a Black African American leadership team facilitated by the NAACP. We recruited people with lived experience in homelessness, and we have met multiple times throughout this planning process with them. I will also note that, in the vein of really best practices and what we've learned in our city about racial equity planning and engagement, we tried to take into consideration where we might be asking people to spend some significant time on behalf of the city or a city process, and the discussion that's really taken place in both the racial equity and engagement worlds about, what's the role of compensation or stipends or other related things when we're asking people to do that. And so for some of those groups, then we have made arrangements for some stipends and gift cards or other mechanisms to really be in alignment with those best practices and recommendations and other feedback we've heard from community members, particularly community members of color, about their experiences in city processes in the past. I'm going to look a few minutes. Councilmember Spear did note the work of Growing Up Boulder in combination with My Emotion Healing, which really led a very, I think in the case of the Black African American leadership team, as well as the Latinx leadership team, were probably the first planning process in the city to do a system like that. And so similarly, the city's worked with GUB on many projects. Growing Up Boulder, often called GUB, on many projects. And GUB really took it a step further with this project because they said, I think for this project, because of the nature, we need to really seek out some youth that might have historical experience with the justice system, which might be part of systemic historical policing practices that might be generational in some cases. It was a very trauma-informed engagement process. It also emphasized youth of color and youth who had experience in homelessness. We've definitely done outreach to Boulder County, and as I mentioned before, they are one of the priority groups that our consultant is engaging on process. We've started reaching out to NAMI, National Alliance for Mental Illness, our local Boulder County chapter, and we're working on getting a representative to work with our consultant on that front. I just happen to know a few people in HHS, and so we have been able to use a lot of our relationships and our communications mechanisms with all the community nonprofits that serve a wide variety of populations. We've been able to work with them to get messaging out and to encourage the people that they serve to participate. Boulder Housing Partners, and looking down my list really quickly here, direct outreach by a member of our core team, specifically Amy Kane, to CU, Naropa, Families of Color Colorado. Both Amy and I have engaged with Showing Up for Racial Justice, Surge, and we've been able to utilize many of our community connectors, including our Nepali community connector outreach. And in addition to our advisory group of people with lived experience in homelessness, we have done direct engagement at Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, as well as the Feet Forward lunch event in the park. So I'll stop talking now, but I will say that we've made some efforts, but of course, it's not that we can't do more. Nothing's perfect.
Thank you. Matt.
Thanks, Nicole. The sort of one last pieces on my list was, given the impact that this 10-year plan will have and the pivot that we're making from what was in sort of the previous plan, I didn't see it, not to say it wasn't there, but I'm curious about, like a 5-year check-in on this, just to kind of get that a process update on where we're at. And I don't want to overload staff. I mean, this is more of a question for Nuria with regards to where we check in with some of these master plans. But given how much we're really moving and kind of trying to move in a new direction here, I didn't know how valuable that would be to try to get a little bit of an intermediate update, just to sort of check in with our metrics and where we think we're headed, and any course corrections that may be needed, just given how impactful the work that we're doing on this master plan is.
I'll speak out of school. Oh, go ahead, Wendy.
Oh, well,
I was about to speak out of school, and I'll see if I'll still do it.
First of all, Councilmember Benjamin, thank you for that question. And really, what all of us should be doing in our departments as part of our strategic plans, our master plans, we should be doing regular updates to council, because those are supposed to be the guiding vision for the department, right? And so, I don't want to speak for the chief. I guess we're having multiple people speak out of school right now. But I would say, I'm guessing based on the work I've done with the chief, I can't see her wanting to wait 5 years to update council. I think that, this is one of those things that all departments, that's supposed to be part of our work. And it might not be, there's different ways to do this, right? So it might be that there's a section of it that has more focus, at certain times. It's maybe not like one big thing all at once, depending on the plan and the preferences of council and the community, but that's an ongoing process. Something that I was going to wait for the right opportunity to say, but this might be the right opportunity, is that several of our council members have really mentioned this question of metrics, which is a great question. And what we purposely did at this stage was that folks who made it to the very end of the draft plan will notice there's like one sentence of language there that is basically like, well, this is a placeholder for implementation. And I think what we should have said there is this is a placeholder for development of implementation planning and metrics, because since we really want the community's actual feedback on the draft plan, and we want to really genuinely consider, the possibility that we might need to change some things or add some things or do some things differently than the way they're described right now, then we wanted to hold that space really for landing on the things people care about keeping in the plan or adding to the plan or changing, we wanted to hold that space so that we could develop metrics that match up with what's going to end up in the plan. So that was probably a longer answer than some of you were hoping for, but I thought it might just be helpful to council members to know that.
To Wendy's point, I'll say, Matt, that I hope that all our master plans check in, right? Master plans are a very long moment in time. They have a variety, and some of them have, this is where the vision is, and we constantly check back, right? Because in fact, some of them require resources from time to time, or some, frankly, in a 10-year horizon, the world changes in vastly different ways. I think of a technology master plan. If you ask for 10 years, it's ridiculous because the technology changes so quickly. So I have no doubt this, like all the master plans, will be coming back to council for periodic check-ins, not just for the work and the metrics and the measuring and are we on track, but frankly, there's some budget decisions and implications that we'll have to come back to as well.
Thank you. And Tara, do you have another comment about engagement?
No, I have something else to comment on real quick.
Okay. All right. Maybe just to wrap up the engagement part, I would like to just make a couple comments about engagement, and then can I come to you? Is that okay? All right. So I think, with regard to engagement, the perspective that one of the perspectives that I feel like is missing a bit in this document is really the perspective of people who are thinking about policing reform from a civil rights perspective. So, I think we've heard about it from more of a policing perspective. I'm wondering, if we can maybe line up a panel of, say, national experts on civil rights and policing reform who could maybe we could have a forum or something like that, where we can come and really just hear from folks who have a different perspective, how they kind of see us stacking up, and from a national level too, right? Like, where does Boulder fit in their eyes in terms of the things that we are looking at doing as we reimagine policing, relative to what others are doing relative to best practices from a civil rights perspective. So that is something that I would really like to see. I don't think it's part of that now. I, for example, would really love to have some folks that we could ask questions to, here on council, and just really kind of get that feedback. And the other thing that I'm thinking about with regard to engagement, and this is really around how we can use this last stage of the engagement process as a way to try to help educate the community that isn't so impacted by bias and discrimination in our criminal justice system on the racism and the classism and the homophobia and transphobia and ableism, and how all this shows up, right? And I say this not that it only shows up in policing, it's in all of our systems, right? But as we're talking about policing, how can we have that conversation about, just to help people understand that a little bit more, because I, heard tonight one of my council members mention that even our conversation here has not felt good. It's been stressful. It's been hard to listen to us, and as again we are a group of primarily wealthy white straight homeowners. Able homeowners, how can we have these discussions in a way that doesn't make things worse or make people in our community feel worse, who may have some different perspectives than most of us here? So I think that is something that I would just love to think about in the engagement process, is that how are we using this as an opportunity to spread some knowledge about some of the reasons for reform? And then I would also be really curious to know, where have things kind of gone sideways or wrong in the engagement process? So are there groups that we would love to hear from who haven't wanted to engage in this discussion? Or, maybe they started and then declined to participate along the way. Why is that? Who did we not do a good job of engaging, and how can we do better? And how can, moving forward, we repair some of the harm that we caused by excluding them? And I don't mean exclude kind of intentionally, right? I think it's really just where the perspective that a majority of us are coming from is, we are we are a little different than others in our community. And how can we make sure that as we're having these conversations, we are doing so in a way that is being as inclusive as we possibly can, and that we are able to move forward in a way that is more inclusive than exclusive. That makes sense? Okay, any final thoughts on engagement beyond that? All right. Oh, Rachel, is that a final thought on engagement?
Well, just a
Final
follow-up
thought.
question. You said something about a panel and, getting some, I think you said national experts to weigh in. I just wanted to understand more what you're talking about and if that is green lighted or not.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, it would be for me really informative to have that because I'm not an expert in civil rights. I do not have that, national perspective. It is, I know we have experts in policing that have been involved in this process, but a lot of the reform is coming from the civil rights experts. And so, do we have maybe somebody from the ACLU who could come and talk to us about what it is that we have put into our plan and how it looks from their perspective? I think if we can find time for it, it would be amazing to have that as a council, maybe a study session or something where we could bring some folks in. Chief, if there's somebody coming in from the policing side, who could kind of give a national perspective as well that you would like to have there. I think it could be a really informative panel just to give us some kind of outside feedback and a broader perspective on these changes that we're making and how they stack up. So
I guess I wonder if that's a question to Nuria. Is that something that we would want to discuss at CAC? Like, do we or get a straw poll maybe here tonight? Like, is that something that we can budget a little time for to hear from national experts?
Well, and I think I'd want to talk about it with Maris as well, and just to see like how to bring that forward. I think I understand what the request is, and trying to figure out what that looks like. And though, and then if it's intended to be a study session or intended to be a formal action, then we'd probably want to bring that to CAC to see what the desire is. But what I am getting, Nicole, and please let me know if I'm wrong, is how do we continue to add more diversity of voice to the process? And in your case, what you're looking for is folks that are working in perhaps not just folks that are coming to it from personal lived experience, not just folks that are coming to it obviously from the professional policing experience, but what the gap that you're identifying for yourself is, what does that look like from folks in the civil rights arena? And have we brought those in and those voices in? And if not, could we then add those voices in some way, shape, or form? And the some way, shape, or form, perhaps I'd like to talk to Maris a little bit more, and maybe we could talk offline and see what the next step is in terms of thoughts on how council might want to bring that in or not, if that's all right.
Yeah, thank you for articulating that much better than I can at 9 o'clock at night when we're running.
I see Teresa may correct me though, so who knows?
Teresa Taylor Tate, City Attorney. Not correct, but certainly one of the things we would be thinking about, I just want to let council members know, one of the things we would be thinking about is elevating one voice over another. And so certainly we would want to include them if appropriate in the engagement process, but want to include them in a way that is equal and relative to every other voice that is engaged.
Yeah, well, I would love to just hear thoughts on how we could implement this, just because it's an area of expertise that I feel, is I at least am lacking, and would really appreciate having that input as well.
Happy to follow up.
Thank you.
As we talk about that, yeah.
Tara.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a second to apologize to Junie and to the community. I definitely did not, what I said didn't come out the right way at all, but it also was somewhat deaf. And what I meant to say was I haven't had bad experiences with law enforcement. So to me, the most important thing is to, just because, I'm white, I'm a woman, short, whatever the case of the many reasons. And so I just wanted to tell the community that I'm here to learn, and I'm anything but perfect. You all know that. Also, the longer you talk, the more chance there is you're going to say the wrong thing. That's for sure. But I do in the bottom of my heart, just deeply apologize, Junie, for what I've said, because, you know, I care about you a lot. And I also welcome any conversation, how I can always understand things better, learn more from the entire community. I mean that. So just email me if you want to talk. And that's what I have to say.
Thanks, Tara. And I think too, one of the things that I appreciated about that Vera Institute presentation with the DA was that it did go into some of this history around bias and discrimination in policing. So for folks who are interested, and hopefully most people are interested and willing to go and seek out that information, it is a way to learn a bit more about the history there too.
I took the bias in class, but honestly, it's a very big learning curve to change and become a better person. So, but I'm on that learning curve. I'm learning.
Junie.
Thank you. I didn't want Tara to feel that your apology is not welcomed, and thank you. And it's not about me, it's about the community. And like you said, this whole thing is a learning process for you and also a learning process for me as well. Again, I'm still learning today about, you know, all the things that people of color have experienced and how to navigate that. It's not something that you yourself can change, you know, that as far as how I experience the world, how, you know, this conversation is very difficult and tough. And mentioning that is not to make you feel bad. It's just me letting you know as part of this conversation how I was feeling. But nonetheless, this is not about me, it's about community and the language that we use and how we express ourselves, right? As it relates to community and knowing, yeah, that there is a history and, you know, but I appreciate that you acknowledge that, you know, not everyone who has a bad experience, it's their fault. And that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to say at that time, and not to make it about me.
Thank you, Jenny. Okay, how about a 4-minute break? Because we are hopelessly behind at this point. CAC, man. I was on it till last week, so it's my fault too. But we did not leave quite enough time for all this discussion. But let's take a 4-minute break, come back at 9:15 and head into our streetlight discussion.
Dr. Spear, before you break.
Yes. Yep.
I just want to say thank you for everybody. Thank you for reading the master plan. These are all complex issues, and I appreciate your attention and your time. And my door is open. I hope we have further conversations on what we all believe is reimagining policing. So thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Chief. I apologize for trying to rush off to a quick break without acknowledging the time and effort of your team and everybody here who's put this together. So thank you very much for being with us. And thank you to transportation staff for hanging in. 9:15. See you back.
Director of Transportation and Mobility. Thank you for having us at this late hour. So tonight we will be discussing the city's streetlight acquisition project. I'm here tonight with my colleagues from the Transportation and Mobility Department and the Climate Initiatives Department, and we'll be as a team presenting this information. And I'm going to wait for the slides to come up.
I just need permission to share.
Oh.
I think we are working on that in the background. And while we do, Natalie, I love that you have baby in tow.
Yes, I do. I'm single parenting at the moment, and this was apparently the only option for sleeping tonight. So
I love it.
I am sorry, this is Emily here. I'm happy. I have the presentation and I can pull that up for you. I'm just not sure how in Zoom to allow you to share your screen. Sorry about that.
No worries, Emily. Yeah, if you just want to pull it up, we can just tell you when to advance the slides.
Okay.
That'll be fine.
All right, sounds great.
okay, you can go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, perfect. So as I mentioned, we'll be providing an update on the streetlight acquisition project. Just kind of for broader context, the city has roughly 5,000 streetlights. 600 are owned and operated by the city, and the rest of those are Excel's. And as I think Carolyn mentioned, the Excel staff team is here tonight to help answer questions. So following the community vote in 2020 to enter back into franchise with Excel Energy, the city and Excel immediately launched a partnership project to explore options for our streetlights. And so tonight our team will provide an update on the project and includes our staff recommendation that the city acquire the streetlights. We are seeking council's feedback on the recommendation to acquire, and then we'll also provide high-level information on financing options, and then we will come back to you for a decision on that piece as part of the 2023 budget process. Next slide. So here are the two questions we have for council, and I believe Councilmember Spear is going to also help kind of frame the questions for the conversation. And at this point, I'd like to just introduce the team. So Michael Gardner-Sweeney is here from the Transportation Mobility Department. He's the overall project lead. Lex Telechek is an electrical engineer with our Climate Initiatives Department, and he's an expert on Excel's assets within the city. And then Carolyn Elam is the partnership manager for the energy partnership work with Excel Energy, and she will be providing a good chunk of the presentation tonight. So I'm going to hand it off over to Carolyn. Oh, and sorry, I would be remiss not to also acknowledge Jonathan Cohn is here. He's the director of Climate Initiatives, and sorry, Jonathan, but I'll hand it over to Carolyn now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Natalie. And next slide, please. I do want to take a minute to also highlight our extended team and just really show you all the parts and pieces of folks that have been on the street lighting journey with us. And my personal experience with my street lighting journey began about 4 years ago, right after I joined the city, and innocently asked the question, hey, how come the city still hasn't converted its streetlights to LED? And that's when I met Joe Paulson, who's since retired, but is still lending his amazing expertise in street lighting systems to our areas and our peer communities. And I just learned so much from Joe about really how utility implemented streetlights really work. There were stories about cows. I won't go into it tonight, but it was really a great learning experience. Trent Felisa is the maintenance supervisor who keeps the city-owned, the 600 streetlights operating, and we just learned tremendously from Trent's experience maintaining that system, managing communications. As Natalie mentioned, we have our climate initiatives team. Lex and I are here to talk to you this evening. We also have Bob Harburg, who's been providing really instrumental support for us, particularly in our work with acquiring consulting expertise and preparing ultimately, should we move forward with our operations and maintenance and conversion contracts. We have an amazing team in the city attorney's office with Kathy Haddock, Veronique Van Giem, and Laurel Witt, who are really part of our review and negotiating team. And then we're joined tonight by Iffy Jennings, who's our area manager for Excel Energy, and Bob Schomer, who's a senior operations manager and manages the street lighting program for Excel. Key participants from Excel are Susan Davis, who is our account manager for municipal programs, and then Fran Poland, our attorney. Next slide. You're not intended to read this, so please don't stare too hard at the numbers. This is really more illustrative, just so I can talk a little bit and share some of what I've learned, just to really understand the grounding and the basis of our baseline cost estimate and what we're assuming and why we're really here talking about streetlights today. So the street lighting program has been in place for decades. The way it works, the city wants to have a street light, or a private party wants to have a street light. They put that street light in, they transfer that ownership to Excel Energy, and then Excel owns and operates that system for its lifetime for a fixed monthly charge plus an energy charge that is based on the estimated energy use of that light based on the number of lighting hours, right? So we pay those two components of the bill, irrespective of whether the light's on or off. That's just the fixed monthly cost that we have to pay. That includes kind of standard maintenance, so inspecting the system, doing kind of minor repairs, but we also need to pay for any major repairs, and that's kind of what I'm just showing on the right-hand side. So if a pole needs to be replaced or fixtures failing, we also pay that cost. So these things kind of form the basis of what we assume to be our ongoing cost of continuing with the Excel program. The other piece, excuse me, and kind of foundational to why we really wanted to explore acquisition. Cost is a key component. So is reliability and safety of our system. And so I included one of our favorite pictures here of a street light that was down. I will note that despite what it appears, the snowstorm did not bring this street light down. The snow accumulated on a light that had been laying in this position, unfortunately, for several months. The pole failed. It finally just came down under its weight. But the interesting, our streetlights don't tell you that they're down. There's no way of knowing unless you actually visually see it and somebody reports it. And so there's a number of factors. This light sat there for several months, and it was reported actually in the beginning. We did trace that. But there weren't a lot of follow-up reports, because you look at this, you assume somebody must know, or you don't know what to do. You don't know how to report it. You don't know who to contact. Like, there's all these points that break down. There's also studies out there that show, particularly in communities of color, there's a hesitancy to even report lights. And so many community members are disproportionately impacted by the fact that they have lights out and they don't report them. So this really doesn't deliver an equitable or reliable system. This is really foundation to what we wanted to change. So next slide, please. So with that, as Allie mentioned, we did launch this project beginning right after the vote in November of 2020 to really look at what are the options. This included options where Excel would continue to own and operate the system, and really seeing if they were positioned, for example, to incorporate smart controls like we had with our lights. We did a lot of research with their teams. Ultimately, we mutually agreed that timing wise and just feasibility wise, acquisition by the city really was the most logical decision we could make. And we started to develop the financial model to inform the ultimate acquisition decision. We're here tonight for the study session. Prior to that, we did provide informational items to both the Transportation Advisory Board and the Environmental Advisory Board, just getting some of their feedback. I think generally everybody's supportive and really looking forward to really visioning what the retrofit and the future of the street lighting system is. Based on your feedback tonight, we would bring back the final decision in the form of the 2023 budget request that would fund that acquisition and retrofit of the system. And then assuming all of that gets approved, we'd move forward in 23, finalizing the acquisition and beginning work towards the conversion. Next slide. So I think it's important to have our vision and values of what really is the street light of the future that we really want to have. It's got to be high performing and reliable. That means it needs to have smart integrated controls. It needs to be able to tell us when it's out. We can't continue to rely on people to have to report that. We need good quality lighting. So the luminaire really is going to matter. It needs to be structurally sound. We need to do models of good stewardship and community dollars in the environment. So efficiency, we want dimming, mitigating light pollution. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Cost control, and of course, emissions reduction. We're here from the climate department. I will just say this isn't really driven by emissions savings. Actually, it started as that journey, but fundamentally it's about much more than that. And I think all of these things are just synergistic together. And again, it needs to be equitable. I show you this picture. This is a real picture over in Boulder Junction. These are some of the city-owned lights, so the 600 that Natalie mentioned. You just get a perspective of the lighting quality, some of the characteristics that we've integrated into our own city lights. Next slide. So why acquire? Here are some of the key factors that informed our recommendation. We'll dive into a little bit more deeply how we arrived at that. On average, we're on a trajectory of spending about $1.4 million annually currently. This is about 2 to 3 times what we pay for our own lights that we operate ourselves. It's a little hard to estimate because we share costs with our traffic signals, but roughly 2 to 3 times. We're seeing tremendous growth in costs. This is a reflection of just increasing utility rates, as well as the continued aging of our system and the infrastructure associated with that. So really escalating, I think we've estimated around 9% per year. We don't have control over those costs. If a cost is incurred by the utility, we must pay it. We don't approve costs ahead of time. So it just really is something that presents a long-term burden to us unless we do acquire the system. We do estimate that the savings, just looking at these baseline costs, would be $1.1 million a year. One thing I do want to draw your attention to, and I'll talk a little bit about this more again, I realize you aren't reading the slide, but you can see the orange bars that are showing up kind of in those out years that are taking us even well above the current $1.4 million. This represents capital replacement projects as well. So, we're seeing several $100,000 a year showing up for things like replacing corroded poles or other things that are likely to continue, again, as the system continues to age, and we factored that into our cost analysis. Again, Excel's dealing it within their regulatory framework, what they can and cannot do. So that's some of the constraints that informed our decision-making process. And then emissions reduction, it's roughly equivalent to taking 254 vehicles off the road, the savings that we project we would achieve. Next slide. I'm going to pass this to Lex to talk a little bit more about kind of the specifics of the system and the analysis that we did. Lex?
Good evening. So I'll touch base a little bit on the XL streetlight system first and foremost. So that system consists of about 4,500 streetlights in the city of Boulder. About 91% of those are high pressure sodium, 7.5 are metal halide, and 1% are light emitting diodes. So we'll discuss a little bit about what these light types are. High pressure sodium is typically kind of a lower color temperature, and that looks like a redder, oranger light. So that's what you're seeing most way throughout the city is kind of this redder, lower color temperature. They typically render colors very poorly, and the current system has a significant amount of light pollution. The metal halide lights oftentimes are found on arterial roads. These lights are typically a little bit better at rendering color and are higher color temperature, so you'll see those as a little bit of a bluer light. LEDs are typically the most efficient. You can really get all sorts of different types of LEDs, from high efficiency to different color temperatures and color rendering capabilities. So that's really a more diverse option. And a complete conversion to LED kind of on a 1-for-1 basis, if we were to just take every light and convert it to an LED light, that would result in about a 71% energy savings for the city. So all these lights scattered around the city, they are comprised of mainly standalone poles, like you see here on the right. But about 14% are mounted on the distribution poles. So that's the utility poles that XL used to provide electric service to the city. And another 10% are mounted on top of city-owned traffic signals at intersections. Next slide, please. So here you see two maps. The map on the left is the current XL Energy streetlight system of about 4,500 streetlights. And as you start to look at this, you'll start to notice that the lights are kind of denser in certain areas and absent in others. And that's just kind of the natural course of development of the city of Boulder. Certain areas of town have annexed in over time that were in the county and did not have a streetlight installation involved with the original development. Other areas you can see like South Boulder and the downtown area have a very high density of street lights. And as we look to like East Boulder, there's just street lights primarily on the main roads. So as we look to this, one of the opportunities we notice, as Carolyn had brought up earlier, is kind of right sizing the system and making a more equitable streetlight system in the future. So we could explore how to make this more consistent around the city and how to improve things on that front. The XL Energy streetlights, as mentioned earlier, also do not self-report. So if there's an outage or a failure of a piece of equipment, we currently rely on citizen reporting to notice that outage and to call it in or to report it through XL's streetlight reporting website so that a repair can be made and a ticket issued to go out there and fix the issue. The city of Boulder streetlights, on the other hand, are shown on the right side. We've got about 600 streetlights currently that are owned and operated by the city of Boulder. And these lights are typically smart lights. So they have some capability to them to report outages. They can be remotely controlled. They're all LED fixtures. So they've got typically a much higher quality of light and are much more energy efficient. And these lights also can be, they report outages and they can be set with different schedules. So for instance, at 2 o'clock in the morning, they could be set to dim, and different circuits of these lights are set differently depending on the usage of the streets and areas that they're trying to light at different hours of the day. So there's really an opportunity here, I think, to kind of combine these and really right size the system and make it make sense for the whole of the city of Boulder. So feel free to switch to the next slide. Here we'll talk a little bit about the process that we've gone through and where we are today. So in 2021, we initiated discussions with XL on how we could kind of convert this whole system to LEDs, and we decided it was worth it to explore the acquisition approach. Boulder and XL hired Pike Engineering to conduct kind of a system inventory and audit, and additionally a separation study to take a look at how this system would be separated from the distribution system so that the city could own and operate the streetlight system separately. So this process really refined the details on what's out there in the system. So we refined the quantity of lights and the type of lights, the wattages, fixture details, all sorts of factors, including different details about the pole and foundation types, the quality of the poles, what condition they're in. Through this process, we were able to remove about 200 streetlights from the city's inventory and bills, things that just didn't exist in the field anymore that used to be in existence and weren't removed. And then we also developed and determined a separation plan, basically to separate the streetlight system from the distribution plan. And there was a number of separation points that are identified and developed by Pike Engineering on how that would be conducted. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Subsequent to that, we hired Real Term Energy, who's a national leader in streetlight acquisitions and municipalization, to kind of help guide us through the process. They initially conducted a review of the separation study with HR Green and determined that met all the standards and was looking good. Then we worked with Realterm to develop and assess options for financing, operations, and maintenance of the system. So this looks at all the different ways we could finance acquisition or LED conversion, and then also, comparing operations and maintenance, for example, from contracted maintenance to in-house to some blend of the two over time. And then after we kind of got these details pinned down, we looked at developing a cost benefit analysis to really look at, what are the costs of acquisition of the system, of upgrade, of maintenance, and what benefits does that really bring financially, and then also in terms of bringing better lighting into the city of Boulder, and the costs, energy reductions, emissions reductions, all sorts of things like this. And so we've got Realterm Energy on board for the next steps should we choose to proceed. And we have them kind of ready to aid in development of potential pilots, so we can deploy different lights as pilots around the city and really start to look at what light makes sense in what place around the city of Boulder, different color temperatures, different color rendering indexes, different technologies of LED lighting, and really start to let the community engage and be involved in that process so we can make an educated and informed decision on how to deploy the LED retrofit of the system. One of the other pieces that we intend to look into as part of the work is kind of a comprehensive update of our streetlight design and construction standards. So this would include all sorts of different pieces, like what's included in smart lighting, LED lighting, what types of LEDs we might use for a given situation. For example, intersection and arterial lighting versus neighborhood lighting, versus lighting that's near the kind of wildlife urban interface. So these all might take different parts and pieces and be looked at independently. And we do intend to take a look at the dark sky requirements. Currently, streetlights are exempt from those requirements. And we think we can improve the street lighting system so that it will kind of fall under those requirements and really create a better system for viewing the night skies. Another couple pieces we've got Realterm on board for is a community engagement piece. So it's really kind of engaging the community on that. Really selecting the fixture is going to be an important piece, what fixture goes where and what those technical details are, what manufacturer we want to work with, and all the bits and pieces of that. Photometric designs are another component of that fixture selection, and really looking at, if we replace a given street light today on kind of a 1-for-1 basis, we can reduce wattage and other things, but perhaps there's a way to reduce the number of street lights that are out there and get the same coverage of our streets. So that all of those details will be determined through photometric designs. And then the final step that Realterm will be working with us with is kind of an investment grade audit. So that looks at all of these details and really refines that cost benefit analysis based on all the details determined through the photometric designs and analysis and the fixture selection and the feedback we receive from the community based on the pilots and the standard updates we conduct. So that's kind of an overview of where we're at today. And the next and final step in the process is to negotiate a purchase and sale agreement with Xcel Energy. And this will finalize all the details of the acquisition of the system and kind of transitioning over into city ownership. So that kind of sums up this slide. If we go to the next slide, please. So I'll talk a little bit about streetlight separation here. And so this is kind of the process that's going to need to be undertaken to separate these streetlights from the distribution system. And you can see on the right here, there's a picture of a streetlight, and this is one of those small percentage of lights that happen to be mounted on a distribution pole. So you can see the electric facilities right next to it. And these facilities all have to be separated as per the current PUC tariff. And so we will acquire the streetlights, and there has to be some version of a separation point between the distribution system that Xcel will own and operate and our streetlight system, so that crews know where one facility ends and the other begins. So essentially this separation entails placement of a protective device or a fuse between the distribution system and the streetlight secondary circuits. And this will look a little bit different depending on which type of streetlight we see and we're looking to separate. So each circuit will need a separation point of some sort. And this example here, there would likely be some form of fuse or switch that would separate the distribution system from the light. Overhead systems will be done a little bit differently than underground fed streetlights. So underground fed streetlights will have a pull box installed, and that's a current PUC requirement for a pull box to be installed in about 15 years. So that's something that we're looking to conduct at a later date in time. The distribution pole mounted circuits need to be removed from the distribution poles within 8 years as per the current tariff. So this pole and light you see on the screen here would basically be moved at a later date to a new standalone City of Boulder streetlight pole, but we can stay up on the distribution poles for a certain amount of time, less than 8 years. So all these costs are kind of baked into and included into the cost benefit analysis and the cash flow models that we've produced and been working on to date. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to Carolyn for LED conversion details. And I envision she will like to go to the next slide.
Thank you, Lex. I'll start with just the summary of our cash flow analysis. And again, we included as an attachment in the council memo, the 15-year cash flow. This is more of a summary of it, just kind of illustrating where we're seeing the specific cost savings. As you can see, the most significant one comes from that change from the current street lighting rate and fixed monthly charge plus energy charge going to the rate that would be available to us if we owned the system. And that's where we see, a very significant portion, very big change in that utility fixed charge. And the distribution delivery charge is the other charges that are on top of that utility charge. We do see some reduction in maintenance. A little bit of this is a shifting of costs from what's showing up in our baseline that moves into our capital project reserves. I did note, and I pointed this out on the earlier chart when I was pointing out the orange bars. We don't have a good forecast of what additional capital improvement projects would be on the horizon under the Excel model. So we haven't placed a number in here. We have, if you annualize our capital projects that we put in that 15-year budget, it's roughly, we'd be setting aside around $660,000 a year. Even with contingency, we're still seeing more than $300,000 a year savings funding those large capital projects. So I show this to really show we have a lot of room, this is our worst case number range to show, if we have to make all of these investments that Lex just talked about at the points in time that we showed without any synergies for cost benefits, we still have a model here where we achieve savings. We padded all these numbers on our post-acquisition side to make sure we're not really underestimating our costs. So we feel pretty good about the overarching savings. Councilmember Benjamin had posted in the hotline a little bit about some of the lessons learned from places like Flagstaff, moving to some of these even lower light polluting LEDs or more amber lights. These are a little bit more expensive. Our consultants say about 10% higher. They use a little bit more energy, about 35% more. We ran the numbers with that. I'm not showing them here. At worst, that really delays our return on investment by about a year. So it is something that within some of the contingency we've already built in, we could potentially do if that was the direction we as a community wanted to head. So I just wanted to offer that up. Benchmarking, Lex talked a lot about the consultants and the work they did. We did interview actually several leading light operators, acquisition experts. during the RFP process. We used their benchmarking numbers. We also spoke with some of our peer communities that operate their own systems to really try and validate some of these maintenance assumptions that we were making in terms of city labor, how many bucket trucks we might need to operate the entire system, some of those costs. And so we feel these are pretty good estimates, acknowledging that until we own the system and really start to operate it. These are still estimates and we would be refining them over time. Next slide. Lex talked about this a little bit. I just really want to emphasize this point. We used a one-to-one replacement assumption to do a cost estimate and to really look at, like, if you put the exact LED equivalent for the exact same number of mounted lights, what would that cost estimate be? There is no assumption that that's what we would actually do in terms of deploying the LED retrofit. This really is a process that needs to be informed through community engagement pilots with input from our advisory boards. We want to consult with more dark skies experts to really look at where we can have better effect at reducing our light pollution and continue to lean into best practices. It's really, streetlights are such a personal experience for people. It has differing effects, especially as you move into neighborhoods and community areas. We need to do this very thoughtfully and with input and with a large degree of engagement and communication to make sure we're successful. We've certainly learned from some of the challenges our neighboring communities have gone through when they've made retrofits, and we really want to learn from that and do better as we proceed. So I just wanted to emphasize that point. Next slide. So next steps, as we talked about, based on feedback tonight, we would come back with the financing strategy. We do have, several options because the system ultimately pays for itself. Obviously, one of those is using the CCRS tax as one of the sources. There's also private financing options that we could explore. We are having those conversations, and we would really want to be informed by how fast we want to make this LED retrofit, what we're hearing from council as far as support for this. We will bring that back through the 2023 budget process and can discuss that at the budget study session, which I believe is in September. As Lex mentioned, based on that approval, we'd finalize the purchase and sale, start to put in place contracts for the initial maintenance and LED conversion, and then really launch into the LED conversion initiative. So with that, we'll move to the last slide and I'll turn it back to Natalie.
Thank you, Carolyn. And now we are into our questions. So I'll hand it over to you, Councilmember Spear. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Carol and Natalie, thank you for sticking with us at this point. I wanted to start with just one quick question. And would it be possible to pull the slides down so I can see folks? I'm curious, just a quick idea. Who agrees with staff's recommendation on the first So the first set of questions is basically about the acquisition, right? The city's taking over the operation, maintenance, and repair of the 4,500-ish streetlights that are currently owned and operated by Excel. So who already has an answer to the staff's first question about whether or not we agree with staff's recommendation to do this acquisition? Okay. Okay, so everybody already has an answer. So who agrees with staff's recommendation? At all of us? Okay. All right. Wonderful. So I think we can probably, can we safely move on from that first question? If we all agree, I would just ask if there is anybody who would like to lift up anything about why for the community, and can do that really concisely, more concisely than I can at 9:50. Please feel free to do so. Matt, quick summary for the community. Why council's on board with this?
Why council's on board with this? Well, I think the most obvious part is it makes economic sense. This puts the city in control of 4,500 streetlights, allows us to control the infrastructure and be more precise and be more intentional with where we have the light. It's the light we want versus the light we don't want. In a community that is highly sensitive to environmental impacts, it makes sense for us to also control our lighting to mitigate light pollution and be a model like we have been for decades and generations on environmental causes, that we do the same with regards to protecting our night skies. And so this fits all and checks all the box for all the values in our community. It makes economic sense, it makes environmental sense, it makes health and safety sense. And so all of those things are reasons why I think myself and my colleagues are looking to support this.
Thank you, Matt. Does anybody have any comments, questions, concerns about that first question, whether or not to do the acquisition? All right, let's move on to the second part then about the, so the second set of questions is really about our feedback on the approach to the LED transition. So let's follow a similar format to what we did before. What are you excited about regarding the transition? What are you concerned about with regard to the transition and approach? And Tara, thank you for waiting.
Lighting is very important to me. My first question is, I just have a quick question, and I'm curious the other communities, what they didn't like or complained about, or what were their comments? And then I'll just add my second question. You guys said we're going to do some sort of a pilot program before we buy all of it first, or was I misunderstanding my packet?
Yeah, maybe I'll take that and I'll start with your second question first. We would acquire it because we see immediate savings as soon as we acquire it. And we would want to, use some of those savings to start to improve our cost of maintenance and make some decisions. We would do the pilots before we go broadly through the community and start to retrofit lights. So we'd already own the system for the pilots. We change over some with maybe some different lighting strategies, get feedback from the community, and use that to then inform the standards, as Lex mentioned, about how the rest of the system would be deployed. So starting with that one. As far as the other communities, LED is a very different experience than your traditional HPS, right? Lex showed some pictures, but they're very, your current lights are very kind of yellow and scattered. LEDs can be very harsh feeling when you first interact with them, and it creates it feels like you're suddenly seeing the power of the sun if it's not done well. And that can be have very adverse impacts on community members. In fact, we inadvertently had a light in one of our residential streets converted to LED, and it was very traumatic for that homeowner. Suddenly she's got the power of the sun right outside her window, and it was a surprise. And so the things that haven't gone well is people don't know what they're expecting, that maybe some of the quality control wasn't as good in the deployment, so that the shielding and orientation of the lights wasn't as good, and sometimes you were overlighting areas that really didn't need to. So it was much more powerful than you really needed to accomplish it. So those were some of the things we heard from them. The other piece I heard very clearly from them is making sure there's really solid customer support, so that as people do have their personal interactions with the lights near them, that somebody's there to respond and really assess the situation. And I think there were times in some of the communities where there was not really a good system to do that.
I mean, I get migraines from them, but I'm assuming that I'm not the only one. So did you hear that from, it's not about me, obviously it's about the city, but I was just curious if you heard that.
Yeah, no, I mean, color temperature makes a really big difference. And a lot of the early LED deployments were I won't go into all the details like what's 400 Kelvin, but very harsh blue. And we definitely know lower temperatures create a much more favorable experience. You still want to balance the lighting quality that you need to deal with, but definitely, and I know we got some questions, I got some questions from a reporter during the interview, is you can do a lot of things to manage how much light you put out and manage dark skies without sacrificing safety or security, right? So it's making sure that the lighting you're putting out is doing the purpose and not spreading around and being wasted in other ways, or spreading to places where you're not trying to light. So I think it's all those experiences have to be really important. So it's only lighting the thing that you need. And then that also helps with your personal experience. I too do not like LEDs personally, but from the very same reason, but they still are a much better experience from like driving safety and pedestrian safety, especially when we can dim at night, where it's better for your eye to be able, you can see farther in dimmer light at night when your eye's already focused in dark. When you're transitioning from very bright to very dark spaces, that's actually where you have the safety issues.
Thank you, Caroline. I appreciate all your knowledge.
Thank you. Learned a lot from my friends.
Tara, are you good? All right, Pat, you're up next.
Thanks, Nicole. First, I just want to say thank you to the whole team, from Carolyn to Mike to Lex and Jonathan and Natalie. I mean, this is a very intentional and well thought out plan. And I just want to commend the team for putting in the time to be that thoughtful. This is an area of professional expertise I have, having worked on a dark sky reserve and a lot of other ordinances. And I have to say, working with a number of other communities in other states, you guys rise to the top in terms of just the thoughtfulness that you've gone into thinking about this. So I just want to say I appreciate that a lot. A couple things I'd love to see us fold in. I know we're just in acquisition, so we got some time before we're really in a place of thinking about sort of the nuts and bolts. But I do want to plant some of those seeds, and I appreciate what Lex said earlier about thinking about how this transition already gets staff thinking about the lighting ordinance and folding in the getting rid of the exemption of street lights so that they're folded into it, and just thinking about what is our older dark sky lighting ordinance. How do you modernize it in the time of LEDs and some of our other environmental concerns? So I really appreciate that you're looking to do that. One area I'd love to see us embark on, and I've mentioned this in my hotline, was a lumen budget. I think there's maybe a smart way for us to really think about how much is an allowable amount of lighting per unit area, per acre, or whatever, and is that different based on the different land use that we have? And that way we kind of just know what a maximum amount of illumination we need in an area, and then we can gauge that, and then we can measure our general success on, are we allowing more or less light over time in certain areas, and are we staying within a budget, right? We do with our general financing budget. So I think that might be a good way for the long-term benefit of just understanding our lighting, not just within streetlights, but lighting as comprehensively around the community. The other one I wanted to touch on is with regards to the more aggressive dark skylights. And the reason for that is, and I appreciate you already doing that analysis. I mean, the fact that it's only 10% more, and you'll recover the cost in just a year more. I did want to clarify a point with Carolyn, when you said that it uses 30 to 35% more energy. Was that in comparison to the standard LED conversion light, or the current high pressure sodium light?
No, you're correct. It's compared to a standard LED. Okay. To get the same lighting through the kind of amber coating, you're using just a little bit more energy.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to compare that versus the higher use of the HPS bulb.
It's
so
still
we're still
substantially less than HPS. Yes.
Wonderful. That was the point I was headed for. So thank you, Carolyn, for that. I'd love to see us, given that it's marginally more expensive, use only a little bit more juice, and only takes a year more of cost recovery, but yet has tremendous impact in terms of our light footprint along the Front Range. Certainly with regards to our wild urban interface, we know the impacts of light pollution on migratory birds and other parts of our wild urban interface, not to mention the biochemistry that happens to deal with the production of melatonin and people being able to sleep at night. Those are all really well documented impacts, and I think we can lead on that. So I'd love to really see us consider that. Certainly I'd love to see my colleagues consider that, or if they have questions, certainly reach out to the team on that. but by and large, I just love that we're heading in this direction. And I think that with just a few little tweaks, we can be leading in Colorado, and certainly on the Front Range as an example of how to be good for our environment, good for our energy savings, and good for our community as a whole. So thank you for this. Appreciate it.
Anybody else have any feedback for staff on the transition? Lauren.
Yay. Thanks, Matt, for that very detailed and thoughtful answer. I mostly agree with what you laid out. I think the only part that I maybe go a slightly different direction on is with thinking about maybe a future lumen budget. I just, from an architectural perspective, I typically think of lighting by use. And so while we might have different sort of lighting targets for different zoning, that zoning across the city doesn't necessarily have the same street density everywhere, things like that. And so I'm not sure that that would necessarily pan out as successful. And I'd sort of prefer to think of it on an, what the activity is and trying to just light that appropriately. One of the issues that we see a lot is when things are overlit, that increases contrast, right? Which makes your eye less able to perceive things either in the light or the dark. And so that even though people often associate that highly illuminated area with safety, we find, like we've been saying a lot, that can lead to a lot of issues in terms of not being able, people actually being able to hide in the dark spaces, and also not being able to just react to things as quickly. So yeah, anyway, but I trust that you guys will bring forward wonderful light fixtures for us to run in a pilot project. I think that's a really great way to move forward with this.
All right, last call, everyone. Done with lighting. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, everybody who has been working on this. And thank you for the representatives from Excel IFE who've been here this evening, stayed up late with us. We really appreciate you. Thank you. All right, I think then that is pretty much it. The only thing I just want to name before we end is maybe when we're having conversations about topics like we did with policing that are kind of touching on some of the harm that's done to members of our community and even ourselves. I'm wondering if we can find a way to kind of give some emotional, some space to the emotional energy and the trauma that those conversations can take up. And I think I could have opened the policing discussion just by naming that it was a hard one and checking in with folks before we started. It really would have been nice, I think, to have a little bit of a debrief afterwards. It was a little weird to go into talking about streetlights. I don't know if anybody else felt that, but felt like there was just a little bit of debriefing that we could have done to check in on each other and the community before we moved on with that. So I apologize to staff. My attention was not where it probably should have been for the streetlights discussion. So anyway, maybe we could just think about how to do that in future meetings when we're talking about topics that are almost certain to bring out our biases and our traumas and emotions. How can we make time in the meetings to prepare for those discussions and then to debrief them afterwards, just so that we're minimizing the chances of doing harm and re-traumatizing each other in the community. So something to think about as we move forward. Thank you, everybody, for staying up. Appreciate it. I apologize for going so off track in the time for this, but thank you all for sticking in and having these conversations. I will call the meeting to a close at 10:06 p.m. Thanks all.